Yo, what's up, guys? Time to twerk. You know, that was the first thing that came to mind when I crafted that page. I was looking at that and I'm like, should I rename this? I mean, it can kind of be read a little bit wrong there. And then I thought about it and I was like, no, that's gonna be even funnier about it. Who knows? Maybe there'll be even be some channel points redemption for that. Engage twerk dad mode. That's gonna be a lot of channel points though. Emote potential. Oh my god, total emote potential there. I'm a little off with this color. And too much came out of the bottle. Awesome. So yeah, I'm just continuing on with this port tavern. Kind of want to get this one wrapped up relatively soon here. Dude, I still have no clue what I'm going to do for my custom emotes. I got to start thinking about that because I think I'm going to get to that point relatively soon here. Well, thanks for popping back in on the stream, you guys. Appreciate seeing you here. We're just going to be doing this painting for today. I gotta do as much on this thing as I can tonight. I'm hoping to hit the Terminators again later. I got the second one pretty far along now. Come on. So he's gonna get a wash pretty soon on the gold, and then the details on the gold. For the blade here, I'm going with like an obsidian blade, and then like the power gem that's in it. I'm gonna do that jade color that I kind of do with the helmets on the eyes. And then I'm gonna kind of like do like a lightning ripple effect going through the blade. It might make them look a little bit like Necrony, but I'm not too worried about that. Man, what? Why is this paint so thin? I think I added a little too much water to this. Oh well, it'll work. Just a base coat. It's got to become more of a reddish tone anyway. Let's see. Maybe a stop clock for speed. That would be kind of cool. But yeah, we're continuing on this guy today, so I'm not too worried about the color of this orange. This is just my base coat, because the roof in the picture is a little bit more reddish, so I'm gonna have to make it look like that. It just needs something to lay down and go over with. Which first thing I gotta do is I gotta start going through and adding all the washes to everything on this guy today. All the brick needs a dark tone wash, and all the wood needs a strong tone wash. Dark tone is kind of like a dark gray, black ink wash, and the strong tone is more of a like dark brown. So the dark brown really helps the wood and makes that pop out a little bit more, and then the dark tone on the bricks really makes it give it a good shadowing. Because then I go in with something like this ghost gray, and highlight all of it just with a quick dry brush. So we're going to start putting in the strong tone on all the wood on this piece. And there was actually one spot that I forgot to hit last time we did this. This little bit down here is a little strip of wood that I did not get base coated. So we're going to take care of that today. Just got to pull up my reference, get more of this set up. There we go. Lurk, hey, Friendly Pyro, thanks for the lurk, man. Appreciate it. How are you doing today? Glad to see you back here on the channel. Means a lot seeing the same people popping back in. I also lowered my camera down a little bit more. It's actually like right here, or right out of the scene. So hopefully that works better with the focus, the autofocus, and all that I was having problems with last time. So we're gonna see how that works today. I might have to pull it back out just a little bit since I'm doing such a large piece today, but we'll address that as the time comes. If I'm getting off camera too much and stuff like that, just let me know, guys, and I'll pull the camera back out a little bit. Not really lurking if they answer. Yeah, that's a fair point. But usually when you pop in for the lurk, you're there for a split second before you totally go lurk mode. There I go off camera again. Alright, I gotta push this in. That's my problem. Dragon Run, lurk. Thanks, dude. Thanks for the lurk. Appreciate it. Stopping back in. What have you been up to today? How'd that, you already did the trade for that army that you were talking about? Maybe you could add a spot in your overlay for the source picture you were working on. That is a really good idea. That way I don't have to balance this extra internet window in the background. And that way all my viewers could see the reference images that I'm using. That's not a bad idea. I could probably do something where I have another live screen that instead of having the uh, wow, what is that? The slideshow. Instead of having the slideshow there, we could have reference if whatever I'm working on is using a reference image. That is a really cool idea. I think I'm gonna craft that this week. So that way when I am doing jobs like this one, we all can see the reference. See, I'm going through first with the strong tone for all the bits of wood that are on this part. Once I have these in place, I'll move on to one of the other pieces and get all of the wood bits done with the strong tone on there. And then once all the wood pieces have their strong tone, I will start going back to the first pieces, probably this guy, and get the dark tone going on the bricks or the rocks, the cobblestone. Scientific terms, you know. Yeah, I really like that idea, Overzerg. I am definitely gonna craft another scene and have that going. I'm gonna, let's see. What's my light adjustment? Is this brightness? There we go. I feel like I'm getting a little too bright on my lights for you guys. You're getting a lot of highlight glare. How's that look? And apparently, I'm still having a little bit of trouble with some of my alerts. We had all the follows show up, so that was good. Last time I streamed, anybody who followed actually had the golem alert show up. But it seems I'm still having trouble with the donate button. One of my other buddies had sent me a couple bucks on donation, and I didn't notice it until I was on my email and saw my PayPal update. So I'm going to try to figure out what's really going on there and get those figured out. And I failed at getting chatbot all updated. So if I got to do any shoutouts today, they're just going to have to be manual shoutouts again. But I kind of have a little bit more familiarity of what I have to do to link those up. I did look into it a little bit, I just didn't actually get it rigged up. So shoutouts will be a thing relatively soon. I will have some other commands going, so that way you guys can do different stuff with the commands and get like different updates as to how long I've been live, different things like that. My one buddy Nate does one. I think it uses the Nightbot chat bot, and he has like exclamation point uptime because he does some really long streams sometimes, and it'll show like how long he's been up and streaming. The one day he did like a 34-hour stream. It was totally nuts but awesome, and everybody's like uptime and taking a look at the numbers and just telling him to go to bed. I like to see that my lurkers didn't answer. They're actually lurking. They were honest. I can definitely appreciate the honest lurk. I feel like I inadvertently lurk people. I'll jump on their stream, say hi, start talking a little bit, and then get caught up with other things I'm doing for the day. And then next thing I know, it's like, oh yeah, I had their stream going. Never said lurk. I was just kind of lurking without telling them. It happens totally. I am notorious for that. Or I'm notorious for doing something else on my phone, because half the time I'm looking at Twitch on my phone, and if I do anything else that pulls up sound, it kills whatever stream I was watching, and I'll totally forget about it. So there's other times where I like told people I'd be lurking, and then end up jumping off of there because I grabbed a phone call or looked at something online that had music with it, and it was just I realized it like an hour later, like oops, my bad. It can be a bit of a bummer when you're trying to help out somebody that's still lower numbers and things like that. Ooh. So, Overzerg, how did your D&D games go? Anything super exciting happen? Any party wipes? The spot. It went well. I plane shifted the boss to avoid a party wipe. Nice. That is definitely one good way to send them to Sigil. I'm not familiar with Sigil. Where is that? What is that? I'm a complete D&D noob, so names and all that kind of get a little bit lost on me. Sigil is a city of portals. It has a portal to every plane of existence. Oh. That's a good spot to send the boss. Good luck coming back. It is one of my draconic powers. I play an emerald dragon. Awesome. That is really cool. That's neat that you guys are doing like a whole party of dragons. That's got to be pretty fun. Putting in the true meaning of Dungeons and Dragons. Oop, I missed a window. Yeah, it is an adaptation of Council of Worms and AD&D adventure. We need to level up and we get a cohort. I'm making his character sheet. Oh, that's cool. That's really neat. Man, that was one thing I always loved about working at the game store is looking at all the old modules and stuff that we would buy and use collections for like first edition, second edition, like super old stuff for D&D. Getting to check out all the old books and all that. Look at all the old illustrations. So much fun seeing all that stuff. He's a 10th level bard. Since we are dragons, the whole world is balanced for dragons. It gets nuts. Oh man, that's awesome. Yeah, I was gonna say, being that the whole party's dragons, you guys probably come up against some gnarly stuff. That looks good for that piece. Just trying to make sure that the wash here seeps into a lot of the cracks in between the floorboards. Give it a real nice shadowing when this dries. Alright, set that one aside. Oh yeah, I got all the doors too. Let me get some cardboard real quick. That way I can set these down and not get paint all over my cutting mat, which already is covered in paint, but it doesn't need more paint on it. So what's everybody got going on tonight? Anything fun happening tonight? Nice Monday night. Hopefully anything going back to work wasn't too hard or anything like that today. Hopefully everything was nice, easy days for everybody. Oh, that MLK Day. Yeah, that is today, isn't it? God, just tell how much I'm paying attention to what day it is anymore. Oh, that's right. I had a couple friends telling me that they were off for MLK Day. Awesome. Well, did you do anything fun for having the day off? Wrote my gnome's backstory and hung some paintings. Awesome. Was Ashley off too? Did you guys get to kind of hang out together for the day, or? Nope, just you? Oh, okay, gotcha. I forgot I lowered my camera the other night, and I sat down to play some video games the other day. And when I sat down at my desk, I totally bashed my head into my camera rig. I think it moved a little bit on me. Well, I reset it, but I think I still have it shifted over to the left a little bit more because I'm like, I'm working actually here, and I'm off camera today, so I'm gonna move over just a little bit, or else I gotta get up and move my camera again just a little bit. Yeah, it was fun. I just wasn't even thinking about it. Went to sit down and just bam right into like top of my head right there. It was fun. It kind of hurt. Reminded me of the dangers of having streaming equipment in my studio now, and actually having my computer down in the studio now, and the dangers that come about with that. Call OSHA. No, I'm pretty sure I'm violating some stuff there. They don't need to know. It's a home studio. Don't worry, there's nothing I'm violating. It's fine. I'm just making jokes. Nobody go report me. God dang it. Off camera again. I will get good at that one of these days. If I stream enough times, I will get the hang of actually staying on camera. I'm still not used to it yet. I'm so used to how I paint, and that's just wherever's comfortable at the moment, which tends to end up painting at various points in my desk, which doesn't really work out too well when you have a camera rolling and trying to watch you. So that way people can actually see what I'm doing. So what's the point of watching a stream if you're just listening to me talk and seeing half the miniature that's not getting painted on? I put myself in a hostile environment would be quite a report. I created, set up, and put myself in such a environment. Please punish the man who did this. Actually, wait, no, don't. It's me. Could you imagine being the OSHA worker seeing that report? Like, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Maybe put some cardboard box outline where the camera can see. Yeah, I've been thinking of taping off part of the desk for doing that. The only thing kind of leaning me against doing so is when I actually start doing more of my own scratch building and all that. I'm going to be moving around, and that's why I have the camera rig set up on that boom arm, so that way you guys can move with me when I do that. Um, so in a way, kind of taping off the desk seems a little counterintuitive to me because at some point it's really not going to matter, and I'd have to keep resetting the camera to that point or resetting the tape. But I definitely thought about that when I was starting, just to, you know, give myself some boundaries to stay within. But I think if I just be active about making sure that I'm right here, I'll be good. Maybe some painter's tape on the mat to be a visual reminder. Yeah, like a nice little, like just the edges or something, or even take note as to which quadrant on my map or mat I'm in. That could work. And this piece has another little section of roof that I didn't realize. So we're going to have to get that into a bit of an orange cinnamon color. And I also just realized I don't think I did any of the inside of the windows on that first piece. Sitting here running my mouth, not paying attention to what I'm doing. But we can revisit it. What's funny too is I have my Streamlabs OBS open right in front of me so I can totally see what the camera's seeing, and yet I'm still wandering off camera constantly. It's just how I paint. I mean, I'll sit there and paint a miniature, and it's like I'll paint in 4 or 5 different poses throughout while I'm working on it, and it's just a habit. It's just how I paint. I don't really think about how I'm sitting, so now that I have to think about how I'm sitting, it's definitely a learning curve. But I'm enjoying it. I'm having a blast streaming so far. Getting to sit here and just kind of get lost in the work, because in a lot of cases I'm more focused on sitting there chatting and entertaining rather than just doing the work. And in a way, that's actually making the work go by faster. Like, I couldn't believe day 1 and 2 what I actually had finished and accomplished from just not even really paying attention to the time and sitting here chatting the entire time. It's probably why I actually like working when there's more people around. Um, I think that's a habit I picked up while at art school because I was in an environment where literally surrounded by artists. If you were in a computer lab doing something on your work, there's other artists sitting there on the computers doing stuff on their for their work. And I got into a habit where, like, even on my off time, sitting there working on my own projects on my own time, we'd have a whole bunch of our friends over. Like, everybody's hanging out in the dorms, so you'd be like, hey, we're working on projects today, and you just kind of have a whole art project party going on at somebody's dorm, and everybody would hang out. So I think that's why I'm really liking streaming, because in a way it kind of feels like that. Everybody's in chat. Let's see, would you watch a play called Nomageddon? Had to come up with a work of fiction that he had written to become a journeyman. Yeah, definitely sounds like a name that would get me to watch it, for sure. I love it. It is 40% puns. The backstory, yes. I love it. Especially for a gnome. Like, you gotta have puns if it's a gnome. And a bard on top of that. Totally. Alright, that one's done. Alright, we're gonna revisit this first one, which the wash is starting to dry up in there and really starting to take some shape. A couple spots that I want a little more in there. Yep, didn't get this window. Yeah, I think after a few hours on this project, I'm gonna start working on some of the Terminators again. I'm really trying to make a push to get at least 5 of them done, so I can have a minimum unit done. The goal is to eventually get 10 of them going. But I also just found out that my friend that I regularly play with is accepting a job out of town, so that's a little bit of a bummer. But it's given me more incentive to actually get these guys painted, so that way next time we play, I can do another fully painted army, or mostly painted army, and have some new models done that we get to play with. You can tell I'm being real sloppy when it comes to putting on the wash here, because in a way, it really doesn't matter what I overspill onto, because all those rocks are going to get that dark tone wash as well. So once I hit them with that, it's going to blend all right back in. You won't even notice the overspray spots from doing this wash. And then I go back in and do the highlight pass with dry brushing, and it'll bring out all the details in these rocks and really make them look better than just the flat gray that they are now. Alright, that got its wash. The door's got the wash. This needs it next. Yo, what's up, JT West? Welcome back to the stream. Thanks for popping in. How you doing today? How's all your freelance stuff going? Miserable? Just a lot to do? Hopefully it's not anything with, like, client being troublesome. Client, oh god. It is the client being troublesome. Oh god, forget I asked. Me? No, just modeling and texturing. Client, okay, cool. So rigging. Oh god, one of those. Yeah, you can handle this job, right? No, no, that's not what I do. Cool. So anyway, here's the job. No worries, dude. Just modeling. Oh my god. So they're not even listening to you. Is was what's happening there? God, that's so frustrating. I hate that. Like, no, for real. There has to be another artist to rig this. Yeah, dude. No worries. Just rig it and we'll. Dude, all right. Then take some time and actually rig it, and have that model like flipping in and out of itself, just having all kinds of problems because you don't know how to rig. It's not your specialty. It's not what you do. So they keep telling you to do it. Just do it. And then when they when they get something that's terrible, be like, "This is what I was trying to tell you." But then the problem there is then you look bad because you're handing in something that's obviously terrible, but it's mostly because they weren't listening. Ah, I hate when clients don't listen to you. I rig this whole vehicle only for them to be like, "Oh, dude, use this tool we have that basically does the entire fucking thing for you." Bill them for training time. Heck yeah. And I'm like, "Oh wow, that would have saved a ton of time." Yeah, right? Nothing like telling you about something after the fact. That's always fun. I always liked at my last job, like, I would be told not to spend so much time sitting there looking up how to do stuff on Illustrator. And yet, I was being expected to still do the job that I didn't know how to do. And it was like, well, it's one or the other. You can't have both because I can't do this job without sitting here looking at videos on Illustrator. And if you expect me to do that stuff at home, then you could probably expect a bill to come in from me because I'm not going to spend my home time where I'm relaxing and doing the projects I want to do on learning how to do the projects that I have to do at work. It doesn't work that way. If you want me to do something at work and you want me to do it right, I need to know how to do it right. And to know how to do it right, I need to sit here and learn it. But thankfully, that really wasn't that big of a thing because half the time he had no clue what we were ever really working on, anyways. So it just made it really easy to pull up videos where I could and watch what I needed to learn how to do something in Illustrator. And most of what I did was so quick anyway that it was literally like pull up a 10-minute video and that'll just show me everything I need to know what to do. It wasn't like something huge that I had to learn a whole new skill or anything like that. It was mostly like how to use a certain tool within Illustrator to get it to do what I need it to. Whereas most tools in Illustrator I can just pluck around and figure it out. There were some that I couldn't. Oh, dude, I hear you on that. But yeah, definitely build them for every little bit. They want you to do the work, they can pay for it. I'm learning how to be better about that with clients. We're getting there, getting it all figured out. But enough about frustrating freelance. Let's move on to a more light, fun subject. What else has been going on? Anything else fun? You have no fun. Oh. But at least there's money. Once the jobs are done, you'll have the money and there will be fun later. Gonna be having a lot of fun trying to get myself squatting out of it. As soon as it's built, dude, you're gonna be all happy. You're gonna go in and there's gonna be me squatting with all my stuff, streaming from the inside of the new house. It's gonna be glorious. You can have all the fun of trying to remove me. Honestly, that'd be awesome. Just wait. It's happening. Gonna find me and Nick in there, unable to remove us. It's so cool though that you're getting a house. It's gotta be exciting. I cannot wait for that point. Just gotta keep busting my ass. I'll get there. A lot of stress, but yeah, I'm excited too. Oh yeah, definitely, dude. Just have something of your own. Yep, that is what I'm totally looking forward to when I get to that point. Being able to just really lay it out and set it up exactly how I want. As much work as I know it's gonna be. I am super excited for that. Man, why does my autofocus not pick up some of this when I get close? I'm really gonna have to chat with somebody about cameras and really figure out how to work the camera with autofocus, because it definitely doesn't always do what I want it to. And there is definitely some times where I have to stop and get it to catch what I'm working on. Like here, it might catch it. Come on, get the brush. Nope, it's going to pick up the back part of it, and I don't understand why. I don't understand why it picks up what it does and not the actual model that's closest to it. But we'll get there. We'll get that all figured out. There's actually another miniature streamer that I was chatting with the other day, and I'm gonna reach out to him and ask him some questions, because he's using the same brand of camera, just uh, the model that's one previous of mine, I think. So I would imagine a lot of the interface and stuff has not really changed all that much. So I'm gonna reach out to him and just be like, "Yo, what kind of camera settings you using? Like, how are you getting your camera to look so good on stream and keep its focus and everything like that?" I'm gonna see what he has to say about it, and maybe he'll be able to help me with my settings. What are we working on today? Hey, chimpanzee. We are working on the Port Tavern again that I had started on day one. I gotta just sit down and really blast out this model, so I decided I'm gonna work on this for majority of today, get a lot of this done. That way I can kind of forget about it, move on to some of the other stuff I have on my desk. But at some point too, I do want to get back on the Terminators today. I'm having way too much of a blast painting them. I got plenty of time today. I'm doing 6 to 11 p.m., so that'll give me enough time to kind of switch back and forth between the two and get a lot done. Right now, I'm just going through, taking a strong tone ink and washing all of the wood sections of this building, so that way they get a little bit more definition from the strong tone, as well as afterwards I'll be going through and washing the cobblestone sections with a dark tone ink, and that'll just give a quick little like shading pass on everything and kind of break up the base tones. And then after that, I do some dry brushing over each layer, so that way they really stand out and really look detailed without actually doing too much like heavy actual painting. It's all just nice quick tips and tricks to get it to look good quickly. This is a really hard piece because of its shape. Tricky keeping this one on camera. Sorry I missed your last stream. My power supply and GPU. Oh no! Got the computer at least running again, but time for a new build. New rebuild. Yup, sounds like it. I ended up having to go through, because for a while I stopped kind of playing games as much as I had and just kind of wasn't really doing much on my computer, so it was sitting there for a while. And when I had fired it back up at one point, it was like the graphics card was crapping out on me. I needed a new hard drive at one point. So it's got a new graphics card, a new hard drive. I don't have a solid state in there yet, but it is something I want to put in there. Um, and I forget what else I did to it. There was one other thing I had to upgrade on it, and so it's got a little bit more life out of it. But I mean, I got this thing when we graduated college, so it's probably getting close to needing a rebuild at some point. Where can I put this? I need more space. Alright, so now I'm going to go through and start on the dark tone. New graphics cards are so expensive right now. I was thinking about upgrading, but not right now. Gotcha. Yeah, I forgot which one I put in. It wasn't anything like crazy new. It was still a little bit older of a model, but I knew it would work for all the games I want to play, so I wasn't really too worried about it. I'm not one to really care about having the latest greatest when it comes to computers. So just enough to run the stuff I was playing and all of that and still make it look good. And so far it's been great for that. I want to say it was a 1060 I put in. Don't really remember. It was like a year and a half ago, if not a little later, or a little longer. But it's not like I'm really playing any like graphics intensive games lately. Everything's relatively easygoing when it comes to the graphics. I've kind of stopped caring about trying to keep up with it all. I don't really play or follow anything enough to really care that much anymore. Even though I will occasionally get like totally hooked on certain games. It's been Sea of Thieves and World of Warships lately. I am absolutely hooked on World of Warships. I was hooked on Sea of Thieves until a server merge lost me like a good 50 to 100k worth of fishing and sunken ship treasure. So I had it all in a rowboat, and I was at the island, and I ended up dying to skeletons, respawning on the boat, and as I was respawning, it came up with a message saying the server was merging. And when I got back to the island, my rowboat had despawned and was totally gone. And all the fish that I had caught were in the rowboats. So I was kind of a little mad at the game. Um, Kind of haven't really played it that much since. I did fire it up one day after that had happened, and I made 2 runs to load up the ship and said, nope, I'm going to move over to World of Warships today. And I played that for a little bit. But yeah, I was watching one of my friends who streams video games, and we raided another guy that does World of Warships one night. And I kind of hung out after the raid for a little bit and sat there watching it, and I was like, oh, this looks pretty fun. So I got it, jumped in, and a little bit hooked on it. Hey, PokePlayer, how's it going? Thanks for coming back to the stream. How are you today? Good, good. Awesome. Glad to hear it. I am continuing work on the Port Tavern that I had going from day one on the stream. I just kind of want to knock this thing out and get done with it, so that's what we're going to try to do today. I'm going to try to get almost everything done on it. We're also going to work a little bit on my Scarab Occult Terminators. I moved a little bit more on the second one after stream the other night. Come on. Oh my god. Why won't it focus? Maybe? There we go. So I just got to get the next wash on the trim for this guy. Once that's in place, I can do the detailing on the gold. I got to touch up the turquoise color and get some stuff there. And then the blade, what I'm going to do is the little like power gem running through it is going to be the jade color that I use on all the gems for these guys. And I'm going to kind of like make an arc effect of it, kind of like running power through the obsidian blade. I was a little afraid it's going to look a little bit too Necron-ish, but I consulted some of my friends who play the game and they told me to go for it. It's going to look sweet. So that's what we're going to do on him. I'll probably jump on him in a few hours when I need a break from doing this job a little bit. But that is what we're working on today. Just some more painting, some more of that. Dude, I would totally have like a giant village of this stuff and not even play. Welcome to my life. I have boxes upon boxes of miniatures, and I play maybe one miniatures game like every month and a half, if that. What I really want to do at some point is I want to start getting supplies together and building an actual table themed for my army. They have that real heavy Egyptian theme, and I would love to do like all kinds of giant pyramids and that type of stuff for them. So at some point that is what I'm gonna do for some of my stream work. I'm gonna get a lot of that together, a whole idea of what I want to do for the table, and we're gonna go all out on that. I'm talking LEDs and stuff, having effects on the table. It's gonna be really cool. But I need to not spend money on personal stuff right now, so that one's gonna have to hold off for a little bit. But that will definitely be a project that we do on stream at some point. Love Egyptian stuff. Yeah, I kind of really fell hard for the look of this army because of the bit of like Egyptian flair they have to them, and I always just thought they were like the coolest looking Space Marines. There's like all different kinds of like third party like 3D print guys and stuff like that do extra parts for them, and for the big knight models that are like this tall, there's one guy that does like an Anubis warrior head to it. Excuse me. And it looks so cool. If I ever get a knight, I'm probably gonna buy that print and get that for him. Maybe I'll just be able to print it myself. I'm not sure if he gives out the files or not. I got back into Elder Scrolls this weekend. There goes my life. Oh no. Are you talking Elder Scrolls Online? Yup. Nice. I should give that game another chance. I think I played it way too early of it releasing, and being a diehard for like Morrowind and Skyrim and all that, I was really turned off by it the first time I had tried Elder Scrolls Online. But I have heard that since then it's gone through a lot of changes and has gotten actually quite good. So at some point I may give that one another run. I was just saying before you got in here, my latest gaming addiction is World of Warships, and I like it too because it's free, my type of price tag. I'm addicted to playing carriers, and apparently, like, carriers are like one of the things that the big gaming community around it actually hates. So, yay, I'm hated by most of the players. Yeah, not happy about the 15 a month, but it's good. Oh, nice. So there is a subscription behind it. That's good to hear that it's good though. Like I hate when you buy into a game that has a monthly subscription and then it's like, oh, kind of not happy with this. For one of the expansions, I forget which one it was. World of Warcraft kind of did that for me. I had played it a decent bit in the past, liked a lot of the expansions, and then jumped back in after like months of not playing it for one of the expansions that came out, and it was like me and my friends played it maybe a handful of times across a couple weeks, and I'm sitting there just like, man, I just paid another what, $15 to get the subscription plus bought the expansion, and it was like I kind of regret doing this. So now I kind of just fell out of caring about the expansions for it when it comes back. See, you don't have to, when you pay the monthly, you get items and more things you can carry. It can be, oh, free to play, okay. Couldn't get back into WoW. You tried, yeah. Dude, that's how it was for me. Like, I don't think I was ever really, like, super huge into WoW. Like, I mean, there were definitely times I played it and it was like, that's all I was doing with some of my friends. But there was, I don't know, there was a different enjoyment there. And then when I tried getting back into it after a while, that enjoyment just wasn't there. So that's when I kind of stopped caring about the expansions and what they were bringing to the game. Lich King was when you started and loved it. Oh, I was super late. I started when I think I started in like Cataclysm actually. I had a blast with it though. I mean, my friends and I were running around doing PvE stuff. We eventually got the balls to try out PvP, and I loved Arena. I was so huge about Arena. That's where I kind of fell for it. Um, I liked some of the stuff they ended up doing in Warlords of Draenor, and I liked the other one. I forget what the expansion was, where it was like your not your race had a thing, but your class. Like there was like the zone for the shamans, the zone for the clerics, and all of that. I actually liked that expansion, even though I really didn't give it all that much playtime. I think I was just kind of falling out of video games a lot when that stuff was coming out. I really liked Legion. I even rated a bit. Oh, dude, I've rating is one thing I wish I had done a little bit more of. The few times I had actually done it, I had a blast healing a raid. I still was getting yelled at all the time because I wasn't really watching how to debuff and do stuff like that. I was terrible with debuffs, but I could heal like nobody's business. I like doing the dungeons a lot. When you go through just the party of five and do the dungeons, that was always fun to me. funny story with those is in the past, one of my friends and I had we had a couple paladins. He would go retribution paladin, I would do protection paladin. And we would go through the dungeons, and we found that with the cooldowns of our heals, since every type of paladin had a heal, you didn't have to be the healing version. We found that we could actually pull a lot more of the dungeon than most players think you can pull. And we would go through, and what would happen is we'd get into a room, he would drop his area heal on me as I pulled that room. He would continue onward and pull the next room, and we would pretty much fight dungeons 2 rooms at a time. And a lot of times our healers would get mad at us, and it's just like, don't worry, we're fine, we're not going to wipe the party or anything like that. And we didn't. One of the times we played, my friend wanted to try the healing version of the paladin, and we started the dungeon, and he hated it. He did not like how it played, and he's like, all right, go on, but take the dungeon a little cautiously. I'm going to drop back real quick and switch back to the Retribution Paladin. Well, we didn't tell the party he was doing this. He just went and switched back. So we ended up running a dungeon as um, tank and for DPS. We had no healer halfway through the dungeon, and it took until almost we were done with the dungeon when one of the one of the players noticed it, and he goes, "Wait a second, guys, we don't have a healer. How the hell are we doing this?" And he couldn't believe that just the protection and retribution paladin were doing this. So he always played a healer. Yeah, healer was my jams. BOA sucked, and for Shadowlands, I found them too busy with D&D for a while. Oh, yep, gotcha. But yeah, so what ended up happening is, we fell off of playing for a while, and one of the other expansions had come out, and we're like, we're kind of itching playing our Paladin brothers again. So let's jump on and do that. We didn't realize they switched around the cooldowns. So we jump into a dungeon and we did the same plan. Drop the area protection heals on me. Um, he would go get the next room, and I would hit the first room, and we'd pull everything together and fight it and just own it. Well, because the cooldown switched, we party wiped on the first room. Alright, healer instantly left the queue. He was just gone. He just left the whole thing. And everybody was like, what just happened? And we're like, sorry guys, this worked in the past. Um, we haven't played for a while, so they definitely switched some things around on us. We'll do this properly when we get another healer. And we got a new healer in the dungeon and just moved on and just kind of took everything how you normally would a dungeon, and we made it through without anybody even dying. And it was so funny because, like, we just walked up in there thinking we were going to be badass like we always were, and instant wipe on the first room. It was so freaking funny. And there wasn't even anything from the healer. He just quit. Just was out instantly. You could tell he was frustrated with us. Peace out, bitches. Yep. Yep, he was done. He probably saw the Retribution Paladin grab the other room and was probably just at his keyboard screaming, just like wondering what the hell we were doing. And what we were doing was fine. It worked before. They just reworked our characters and screwed us over. And that was when I learned about, how much they actually changed things in between expansions and all of that, and how much you had to relearn when you went back to the game. And I think that's kind of what set me off of it for a while. And why I don't really go back to it is because it feels like work to me now when I go back to it. It's like I spent all this time building a character how I like and learning it and how to play it just to have new content come out and totally rework how I did stuff. Which I get it for like PvP and game balance reasons. Um, but I don't know. After a while, it's like I'm not really that into the PvP at this point. I used to be, but not anymore. So like, why do I really care about that balance? I really don't. That worked. So what other games have people been up to lately? Playing anything else that's new and fun? Just doing Villainous the board game too. Yeah, that game is great. I do like that game a lot. I like how like you're really just kind of focused on your own stuff, but there's still stuff you can do that messes with other players. And then I really like the uniqueness of every single villain, how every deck has its own like way to go about winning the game. That's got to be hard to balance as a game designer too. Like making sure that one's not super easy or compared to the other to pull off. I can only imagine how tricky that is to do. So far, you won 5 out of 7 games. Well, that's a good track record. It's a very good track record. One of my friends had gotten me into Warhammer Age of Sigmar's Warcry game, which is kind of like a board slash skirmish game. Like it was still free roam miniatures on the board, but it was a set terrain board based on the cards that you pulled at the beginning of the game. And it was kind of interesting because every game was totally different because you're drawing the objective from cards, you're drawing the setup from cards, and it added a lot of tactics and thought that you had to put into the game just at the start of the battle. Like just making your opponent the attacker could cost you a game because maybe your army in that situation would be better to be the attacker rather than the defender and things like that. So you really had to like kind of think about the game before you even started playing it. And it was interesting because the game would only last a few rounds. So you really had to pay attention to your movements, what you were trying to do and accomplish, and how you were going to do that. Well, I don't think he ended up selling it because of me constantly winning, but he just had a good deal on somebody looking for it and decided, I'll take the money, and he ended up selling everything. But I was undefeated at that game. I think I was like 5-0. We had played a few different games against a few different people, and I don't know what it was. I could just see the strategies and really learn with my army, and then it also helped that I was rolling like total totally different than how I normally roll in games. Normally my rolls are terrible unless it's like a random chance thing that just happens to go right. And this game was just constant good rolls across the board. Stuff that I would need like a 6 to hit. I'm hitting the 6 and killing a guy that should not have died and stuff like that. So that kind of helped out with it, but it was just kind of funny that I was first game that I ever played that I was just like undefeated at no matter what I tried to play. So there's the wash on this one. Once that dries, I'll be able to go through with that ghost white color, or ghost gray color, and really bring the highlights back up on these and pull them out from that background. And next one. Yeah, it was a really fun game. It was all like what I really liked about it is you had to separate your army off into um, like 3 divisions. You had your hammer, dagger, and shield. And it didn't really matter what you put into each of those, so like you didn't have to worry about like the shield being all defensive guys or things like that. Um, but what it did matter was that when you drew the cards, the setup would call for different divisions to come in sometimes at different times. Like there would be times where it's like, oh, your dagger squadron for the blue player doesn't actually show up until turn 3. So anything you put into your dagger isn't going to be on the board until turn 3. So they're not even going to be helping out with the first 2 turns of the game. And it really made you think about how you split up your units, where you well, you didn't place because it told you where you had to place them too. So it'd be like the this player's dagger squadron comes in this area of the board, and it would give you a whole control zone that they could go in at. And I really liked how the game did that because it just added a whole nother element into the strategy of it. It wasn't just get the models on the board and how do I use these models to take out my opponent's forces or do the objective. It was, all right, I got to think about the split of my army. I got to think about, what's better for my guys compared to what I'm playing against. Different stuff like that. Yeah, I had a blast with that game. Actually, I think they're in the horizontal slideshow. Part of my warband is actually in one of these slideshows on my channel. It's the like crow looking guys with like all the different colored cloth that I put on them. That was a fun one. Really fun models to paint. Yeah, I don't think they're on the vertical slideshow here. I think they're on my like Be Right Back page. You'll see them pop up there. They're also on my Instagram. I posted a few of them up on there. They're like crow worshippers. So they have like this whole raven theme to them. They look really cool. Oh my gosh, not sure if you have ideas for emotes when you unlock them. I'm still thinking that over. I don't have much in the way of thoughts for those. You just made me think of, oh my god, sparkly tea. Yes. Yes. All right, totally doing that as one of my emotes. Yeah, I've been trying to think of what I'm going to do for those. I have tons of ideas for my channel points and all the fun stuff we're going to do at channel points, but emotes are something that's kind of beyond me. Probably because I have to think about like having somebody else design them and that stuff. But rather than me sitting down trying to fumble through and designing them myself, it's not really my strong point. There's a reason I do 3D art and not 2D art. But yeah, that's a really solid idea. John has done them. Let me know if you can do yours. Okay, cool. Awesome. Yeah, I'm trying to think of all the different stuff I can do with those. But yeah, sparkly tea. Definitely have the teacup with a paintbrush in it. I'm notorious for that. I've been good lately though. Been very good about that lately. Awesome. Nice. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to when I get that to that point and I get to start adding all the fun stuff onto my channel. I've got a whole little book about. I was gonna, and then I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna let that one go. Um, but yeah, I have a whole little booklet somewhere around here with all kinds of ideas for what I'm gonna do for the channel points because I want the channel points to be very interactive, not just like basic stuff. I want there to be some fun stuff with it too. So I have a whole write up of what we're gonna do for those. A lot of fun stuff there. Um, but when it came to emotes, I was kind of lost in the dark of what I was gonna do. Oh, the Togepi emote, heck yeah. This one has the same issue with the floorboards on the other one. I gotta make sure that I'm getting down in between these stones to really get that shadowing going in there. As long as I get most of them, it'll look good because you'll have, dirt and dust piling up in between other ones that'll lighten it up. So if there's a little bit of a division going on with some of them not as darkened as the others, it still works out in the end. But yeah, and then when it pools on the top, like that's there, that spot there, that'll give it a nice look, a worn look, and kind of achieve what I'm looking for out of this quick wash. One cool thing is I can water down these washes a little bit, and that helps it with getting into the space without using a crap ton of wash. Because I found with the other building I had done, it took about almost one whole bottle of both types of washes to get through the whole thing. So it's all stuff like that I got to plan for and take into account when I'm putting together the prices on these things. But being able to water down the wash helps a lot. Yeah, I can't get over how dramatic of a difference it is. Oh yeah, like when us artists, miniature artists, talk about washes, it's usually talked about as liquid talent, because it's night and day difference. The moment you put a wash onto a model, it's it just brings your colors together. It ties everything together where the connections on the colors meet, and then it just adds that little extra layer of shadowing without really having to put much work into it. The Army Painter Company, which they do the washes that I like the most. This brand, Army Painter, they have a they have versions of their strong tone, I think their medium tone, and their dark tone that are like kind of like the little cans that you would get like a deck stain in for wood, and they're literally meant to just take your miniature. He's ready for wash, and just dunk them in, and then pull them out, shake off excess, and let them dry. That's literally what they're designed for, is just to dunk a miniature in, and I think that's probably one of the most hilarious things I've ever heard of. Um, because while I'm heavy with my washes and using a brush, just literally dunking them into the wash always seemed like whoa to me. But it works. I mean, that's what it's designed for. It's a quick way to get it across the whole model. I know other guys that'll shoot them through an airbrush. They'll shoot their washes through an airbrush onto a model, which I've never actually tried that yet. I don't really use my airbrush all that often, so one of these days when I am using it, I'll have to give that a go. It's amazing how just a simple thing of adding a little water to it lets me get so much more coverage out of the one brush load of wash than if I were to just use the wash straight out of the bottle. It works for a model like this where you have tons of different text, like tons of texture. But if this was something a little bit more smooth, I would not add the water because it would just be running off of a lot of the surfaces. Whereas on here, it works because there's so much of the model that can grab and hold on to the wash. Sometimes it's hard too to tell how a wash is going to look because when you first put it on, it looks like it's super heavy and it's coating more than you probably wanted it to, and then you got the light reflecting off of it because it's still not dry, and you wonder like how it's going to look when the model's done, and then the model dries and you go back and look at it, and like half of the spots that were really showing and really popping out to you when you had it on there first are actually perfect, and it just kind of like dulls it back and didn't really show and stand out as much as it did when you first put the wash on there. Yeah, I was super happy with these Terminators I'm doing. I got the one done. I didn't finish his base yet, but I just snapped a picture of him to kind of show some of my friends that are into 40K and everything. And I snapped a picture of this guy. He's got all the gold done, everything like that. And there's a group I follow on Facebook that is all Thousand Suns players for 40K. And I snapped a picture of him and dropped him on there. And like I've gotten comments before from some of the guys about my work on there, everything like that. But I don't know what it was. Maybe it was the time of day I posted this time or what. But I pulled over like 170 likes on this thing. Uh, it blew me away. I just kept it like every time I checked Facebook, I was getting more notifications about like people liking or reacting to the picture. And I'm like, holy crap! And I had a couple guys reaching out asking me, how I did the white color for their armor, how I did the gold, like what's my recipe to make the gold look like how it does. And that was really cool that, I'm not only am I getting all these eyes on there, I got guys interested in kind of how I did it, how I went about it. So that was cool being able to respond to them with my recipes for the paints, and also linked them here so that way they could actually see me painting it. Got over 1K likes and I was literally watching the number climb. Oh, that's awesome. It's exciting. It's super exciting, especially when it's like you're used to like only getting like 20, 30 likes at most in a certain group. And then all of a sudden it's like just you're watching the numbers just keep skyrocketing and you're like, "Oh my god, this is getting out there to tons of people." I kind of wish that in the post itself I had linked the Twitch page. one exciting thing was I actually just told her about it today. I wanted to thank her for being so supportive for the Twitch art community. Actually, I don't know if she's in here right now, but I'm gonna actually link you guys her channel. She's another miniature painter, does some really fun work, and just runs a really fun channel. But it was exciting when I was first kind of getting everything set up for my stream. I was in a channel that had raided, and we raided over to Megapedia here. And I'd seen her in some of the chats, but I hadn't been over to her page yet. And we jumped over with the raid, and she had said she was one of the streamers that's open to the community. Like, if you want to share anything, go ahead, share your Instagram links, whatever. Like, she's super open to sharing the art, just like a lot of the people I've met on Twitch are. Well, that day I had streamed, like, I had already shared my Instagram a couple times, and I was like, you know what, it's probably a lot of the same people because we raided. Like, I'm just gonna chat and hang out with everybody on this one. And I started talking in the chat, and all of a sudden she was on stream. She was just like, "Oh, hey, Eric, Dad, like, you do fantastic work. I've caught your stuff on Instagram." And I was painting at the time, and I just stopped dead, brush in hand, and I was just like, "Wait, you know my work?" And I was blown away by it. That here's somebody I've never been on their stream, never really like had a direct discussion with yet, and all of a sudden they're just seeing me post and she knew my work. And that was a feeling I hadn't actually had before, so that was really cool. I actually just reached out to her about it today. I was like, hey, I wanted to say something on my stream the other day, but I didn't catch you in time, and just kind of told her that that was, super cool experience for me, and that, here's somebody I don't really know, and they see my username online, and they suddenly know my work. Alright, there are all the washes for this thing. I'm going to do this little section of the roof that I forgot. It's kind of a bummer. I gotta whip up a paint for that. Actually, I don't know if I have to. I think I can get away with this orange just by itself. If I just kind of dry brush it on there lightly. It's still a little bright. Again, I'm not too worried about how this orange shows up in contrast with the other one, because with my reference image, it's actually got more of like a red colored roof shingle. So when I go back over with my next color, that'll actually get it more towards the color that it's gonna be. This just gives it a good base that I can work off of. I just want it kind of similar to the one that I have going. See, the other roof pieces I sprayed with a Rust-Oleum cinnamon color, so I don't actually. This paint keeps getting way too much. I don't actually have a paint in a bottle that matches with that, so I gotta kind of just whip up my own thing and get it working. Easy enough done though. A little bit of red, a little bit of orange. We get there. Maybe a little bit of brown or gray to desaturate it slightly. Yeah, it should be close enough. that'll work. Going to lurk for a bit, be right back. No worries. Thanks for hanging out and chatting. Thank you for lurking. Appreciate that. Alright. I am going to set these aside to dry. And we are going to try to get the roof figured out next. Try to get that more red tone that I need to accomplish on this thing. Not really sure what I want to use for that yet. I might try dry brushing this terracotta color over it, and that might work. For anyone who's just kind of joining us, this is the building that I am working on. If you scroll over in the images on that link, there's painted versions of it in a bit of a scenery, and that is what I'm attempting to match with the color on it. Don't like that brush. We're gonna try the brush I was just using. I might even just have to use the big brush on this part. Yeah, I think that's gonna hold more paint. Yep, I think this terracotta is exactly what I'm looking for. Which makes sense. I mean, that's what these roof shingles would kind of be like. And we'll do a wash over the roof too, so it'll kind of darken up that orange in between everything. Because right now it doesn't make any sense that we're getting a brighter orange highlight that's in the middle there, in between these roof shingles. Yeah, I've been having fun with these 3D printed pieces. Haven't done too much in the way of larger 3D printed terrain pieces, so having a whole bunch of this stuff that I've been working on lately, it's been a lot of fun. Getting me used to painting large scale again, which I'm kind of used to from my previous job, all the big buildings that I would create and have to paint in detail, but in a lot of cases those would actually just get done with spray paints. Um, you'd kind of texture a wall just by laying down a base coat with the spray paints and then speckling on like 3 or 4 other colors to get your look. And then the most like brush painting you would do would be touch-ups around windows, things like that, or um, uh, like a wash that you kind of like drip down the edges to make it look like rain residue and stuff like that. So actually having something here that's more painted, I have to attack it with a brush and that type of stuff it's been a lot of fun. You can see here some of my wash is kind of running onto the building. I'm just using a brush to kind of soak some of that up. If you attack it with a dry or a brush with no paint on it, you can kind of pick up most of the wash, and then if you get the brush wet and attack it again, dry the brush and then pick up that water, it just eliminates that wash before it dries. So if you ever have a wash that's running on part of a model, just grab another brush and you can end up getting rid of most of that before it causes a problem on your model. What we'll do is after this terracotta color dries, we'll go through with probably a strong tone on this as well, maybe even the dark tone, um, just to kind of get the probably the dark tone actually, just to get the shadows hit pretty well, and that'll help make this really start getting the definition like it has in the image over there. And once the dark tones dry, we'll probably end up doing a quick um, dry brush of the terracotta again, or maybe even a lighter color just to help bring it back out. But I'm kind of being sloppy about how I put on the terracotta, so that way it gives a little bit of variances and variation in between the different tiles. Some of them lighter, some of them darker, because not every single tile in real life is going to have the exact same color. There's always going to be some sort of variation to them and slight differences. Or because it's on an actual building, some of them might be worn from the sunlight, worn from the weather patterns, anything like that happening to the building. Sorry, I just want to switch the song. There we go. That should work. Gives me the start of the color. The wash will help darken all that orange that's still in there. That'll look good once it's done. So let's set that on the other one to dry and get to the next piece. Time to get to work. Oh, dude, we've been working. Been working over here. Actually, going on 2 hours already. Doesn't even feel like it. I am continuing on that port tavern that I had going on day one. I'm just trying to move farther on that, hoping I can actually get through it tonight. Just call it done. Um, which, at the pace I'm moving, sitting here chatting with everybody, yeah, it's gonna happen. We're also gonna work on those Thousand Suns Terminators that I was doing. It's a little bit of personal work here and there. Something a little more precise and detailed. Get a nice little break from the terrain. But we'll get to that in a little bit. Right now, I'm going to keep working on this guy. How'd your stream go, Chad? Looked like you had some pretty good numbers and activity going on over there. When I popped in, you had a lot of chatter going on in the chat. That's nice to see. Well, good combos. One of my favorite paintings yet. Oh, dude, that one you're working on is fantastic. I love the colors and the lighting. It's beautiful. Beautiful piece you got going there. And actually, I failed at getting the chat bot stuff figured out. Oh, it's done already? Oh, dang. Yeah, I will have to pop over and give that a look. But for those of you who have not been over there yet, Chad does some fantastic digital painting. He's one of the guys that kind of pushed me to get into streaming my work, so gotta give him the shout out there, which, again, I failed at getting the chat bot stuff hooked up, so there's the shout out. I just have to find it and post it myself. Which, I got stuff open in the background, so that's easy. I'm quick with the keyboard. Aw, shucks. Thanks, man. Of course, dude. You are always giving shoutouts to me on your page, and it's only right that I give it right back. It's one big happy family. I need to figure out the shoutout bot. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta hook up all that stuff. I meant to do it this weekend, and then I just kind of got lazy and didn't feel like figuring it out. But maybe that'll be something I work on tomorrow during the day. I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'll be back on Wednesday. I forget what time I said. I think I did 1 to 5 on Wednesday, and then Thursday will be 6 to 8, or 6 to 8, 6 to 11 again. Hey, you guys! What's up, Mike? Thanks for popping in. How's it going? Caught you a little bit over on Chad's stream earlier, but I was running around doing a lot of stuff, so sorry if I kind of disappeared after saying hey. I have a bot, but didn't think about that. Yep. Yeah, that's something I gotta work on, because the shoutouts just make it so much easier when you can just shout out and add a name rather than what I'm doing right now of Michael Anthony. Welcome to my channel, Michael Anthony. At work, power usual. Yep. I feel you. Well, thank you for stopping by, hanging out while we continue work on this port tavern. Also, since we're sitting here chatting about shoutouts, Mike is another artist here on Twitch that does digital painting and emotes and that type of stuff. So if anyone's interested, pop on over to his channel and check it out. Does a lot of fun emote stuff. Last time I was over, you were working on those versions of yourself to have around on your stream layout. Did you ever wrap all those up, Mike? Get that stuff finished? That would be awesome if you created your own Star Wars inspired character on stream. Dude, that would be so cool. Like all custom. Great emotes. Oh yeah, definitely great emotes. Yeah, you're welcome, Mike. Of course, man. Sharing the love, like I said I was gonna once I started streaming. This community has been so awesome to me as I was getting to this point. I just want to make sure I give it right back to everybody. So, I noticed a couple more numbers on the viewership here for anyone interested of what I am working on. I am working on this printable scenery piece printed through dungeonartifacts.com. If you scroll over on the pictures, they have like a really finished one. I'm pretty much trying to match that paint job. Right now, just going through with the terracotta color over my base layer. The orange in between is all going to get kind of worked through a little bit once I get to the washes on these spots. I'm just trying to match kind of how they have it painted in the picture. But like the other pieces, we're currently waiting on some of their washes to dry. Once the washes do their thing, we're going to go back through with dry brushing. Dry brushing and get it really starting to like look good, look finished. Ooh, do they make it life size? I have some land I want to drop a house. You'd probably need a big printer or print in lots and lots of pieces. Also, you might want to think about insulation on that end. It's probably not going to be insulated well if it's just printed. I love your Skeletor emote. It's so great. We me and he's hanging around, he's lurking, but PokePlayer83, we were chatting earlier talking about like what I'm gonna have for emotes and things like that, and we actually came up with the first one I'm gonna need. We're gonna need a tea mug with a paintbrush in it because I'm notorious for dipping my paintbrush into my tea. Haven't done it so much lately. I've been getting better about it, but I did make sparkly tea one time when I was working with metallic paints. So it just made sense that that's gonna have to be one of the emotes for my channel. I think after I do this little roof section on this one, we're gonna take a break from this building, and we're gonna do some of the Thousand Suns Marines. Switch it up a little bit, give you guys something else to look at, so you're not just constantly looking at this building here. See, have you seen those 3D printers that make houses in third world countries instead of plastic? Oh yes, yes, I have seen that. The stuff is amazing. The technology is just awesome. It's it's great. There's like 3D printers that do metal, like all kinds of stuff. It's crazy. Alright, I think I am going to call it there on this building. Take a break for a little bit while those washes really have time to set up and dry. And we're going to go back to the Terminators. I got 3 of them going. This is the one I had done last time on stream. We're going to finish his base today and get him totally ready. I really like how the cloak turned out. You really see the purple tones and the gold on that cloak really nice, and I love the shadowing that gets. So we're going to finish the base on him. This one here needs his gold armor. It needs a wash to it. It needs the purple tones, and then it needs the highlights after that. Um, the cloth, that turquoise color needs a little bit of a touch up, and then his blade here. See that little power gem right near the top? That's gonna get the jade color that I do the eyes of the helmet in, and then it's gonna be arcing through the entire blade. So we're gonna probably work on that tonight and get that going. And then the third one, he's way back in base coating land. We'll get to him a little bit too, because I got to start working on the gold for him. I'm trying to make it a push to get at least 5 of these guys done. So for my personal army, it's not for a client or anything, but I found out one of my friends that I play Warhammer the most with is gonna be taking a job out of town. So I want to make sure that I get some of these guys done for next time we play before he leaves town. Hey, welcome back, PokePlayer. I was just telling Mike Yanez and CBS Inc. About how you just helped me come up with my first idea for an emote, because those guys have been asking me quite often about what I'm going to do for emotes for my channel, and I told them about the paintbrush mug. So we're definitely going to have to do that. It's going to be hilarious. It's going to be great. Alright, now I gotta think in terms of different brushes here. It's so funny doing a terrain piece as opposed to a miniature, because a terrain piece is like, these are the brushes I want. And then the miniature is like, these are the brushes we want. So doing both on the same day, it's like, oh, time to switch up the tools. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to when I get emotes and stuff on the channel. It's going to be a lot of fun. I really want channel points so bad. Or, as we're going to be calling them, Erk coins. Oh yeah, when I said I was going heavy into the nickname on this channel, we're going heavy into the nickname on the channel. I was a little bummed that my follow alerts weren't working too much. The first couple days, they ended up working the next day, which of course that was the day I got like only a couple follows while I was live. But it went. Oh, there's one. Erklander. Rifkan became an Erklander. Awesome. Hey, Rifkan. Thank you for showing up to the channel. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. How are you doing tonight? How about perk points? Oh my god, that would be good too. Nice stream. Looks real good. Awesome. Thank you for the kind words, Rifkan. I appreciate that a lot. I put a lot of time and effort into crafting this thing into the way it looks. So I appreciate hearing that comment. Thank you for that. How are you doing tonight? Good, thanks. Tired. I'm gonna do some lurking and painting with you tonight. Awesome. What are you working on? What are you painting? Anything you want to share? Feel free to drop a link and let everybody see it. I am totally link friendly on here, so if you got stuff you're working on, stuff you want to show, please by all means drop a link and let everybody see what you got going on. Yeah, Mike's ready. He wants to see it. We want to see work. We all love artwork around here. Also, guys, how's the focus on the camera seem as I'm painting this guy now? I dropped the camera a little lower, so I was hoping that was gonna help give you guys better of a close up when I do this real small stuff, and hoping the autofocus picks it up a little better. It's looking pretty good. Awesome. I'm still having a few issues with how the autofocus works and really understanding the camera. But I was making a mention earlier that there was another streamer I came across the other day that I opened up a line of communication with, and I asked him about what camera he was using, and he's using the same brand, just a generation earlier. So I'm really hoping that a lot of the settings and everything kind of go hand in hand with his camera and my camera, so that way I can reach out to him and ask him some questions about, what settings are you using, things like that, because his camera setup looked real good. It had nice focus on everything, and it was kind of the look I wanted to go with for when I'm doing this real small stuff. I like it better now. It used to be harder to see small minis. Yeah, that's why I dropped it down. Let's see, going to get some dinner in my belly and I'll be back. I pretty much paint everything. I also do terrain kind of stuff. So I think your channel is a pretty good fit. Oh, awesome. Perfect. Awesome. So, yeah, we'll see you in a little bit, Rifkan. Thanks for popping by and hanging out. Dragon Run looks fine to me. Awesome. Glad to hear. I could probably even drop the camera a little more too. I got plenty of room on the stand. All right, here's Chad's final painting. Oh, dude. Yeah, that's definitely one of your top ones of these speed paints you've been doing. That looks fantastic. Dude, I really like what you did with the hair on that. You nailed the texture in there. Beautiful. Yeah, if you guys don't follow Chad, go check out his channel when he's on. He does some awesome work. It's always a fun, relaxing hangout. Always has something cool going on over there. Alright, I'm going to use that corner as where I need to be to stay on camera. I'm notorious for that, as most of you who hang out here probably already know. I wander off camera and everything like that, so if you ever catch me wandering, just yell in chat. Pokey Player, I know you said you'll be yelling. You gotta catch me on that stuff. Gotta make sure you guys are seeing what I'm working on as I'm working on it. Saw my Oh dude, I saw that. I was snacking a little bit for lunch. Happened to be on the channel as you were solving that. That is an awesome time for solving that. You know you're gonna have to reduce the time limit at some point. 3 minutes. I mean that's super doable now. My brain doesn't work to do those things. I used to know how to do them. Oh, you did a collab stream the other day, Mike? That's awesome. I am so looking forward to getting with other miniature painters and getting like co-streams going and everything. At some point when the COVID stuff clears up and you know we can actually start hanging out with people more, I'm gonna have more room in my studio space. I actually want to do like live co-streams where another painter comes over and we're hanging out in the same place and stuff like that. I know my buddy New Meta Design. He wants to do something similar because turns out a lot of the miniature painters on here that are in the community we're all from Michigan. There's a lot of other guys that I met, and a lot of other painters that I'm meeting that are all the Michigan crew. So I thought that was kind of cool. and he wants to do something where he gets like the whole lot of us together and hanging out and painting together and just have one big stream of like 10 plus streamers. Let's see. No, the mini off. Yeah, I would love to do that too. Like um, a little like mini competition with another painter. Like we co-stream together and we're doing the same miniature, and then we ask all you guys who did a better job. Not that it really matters who did a better job, just looking at it all, just to have a friendly competition with it. New Meta and AT Roger did that. They did, I think it was the Kingdom Death Necromancer model, and they worked on it for I think like 4 weeks total, and they were going all out, like super ornate bases. New Meta did a resin pour with like a pool that like some like monster thing, or it was supposed to be a dead corpse was coming out of, and the necromancer was raising because he was the story behind it was like the necromancer was trying to raise a lost loved one, and then it was going south on him. So that was kind of cool. Yeah, we used multi Twitch. It worked well. We received positive feedback. People were able to watch both of us in one win. Oh, that's cool. All right, talk to you later, PokePlayer. Thanks for hanging out and being active in chat and just coming on by. Appreciate you being here. You have a good night, and I will catch you later. Have a good one. I love using this purple tone wash over the brass color when I make my golds. It's something I don't think a lot of people really have done when it comes to making a gold color, but it just adds an extra little layer of shadowing that I think really helps make the gold stand out and pop. And being that this army has a lot of like purples and pinks and like teals, having that reflect into the gold really helps just bring that color out and make it look really interesting for the army. So something I just kind of came up with when I was doing the first one, trying to figure out the scheme for the army, and I was like, you know what? We're gonna try putting purple into the gold and see what that does, and I fell in love with it. So one of my friends, we joke around now that purple wash is my favorite paint. So when I see purple wash, I get all excited. It's like, yeah, it's the best paint ever. It's a fun one. Which definitely works out because when I posted this to the Thousand Suns group on Facebook, I one of the guys that commented on it was asking me my recipe for how I did the gold. So it definitely stood out and caught somebody's eye, which is awesome to me. Yeah, I have a lot of fun with this army. It's kind of a pain to paint because of all the trim that's on them, but I think that's what also makes it really fun to paint because it gives you a lot of detail to work with. It's not just like a normal Space Marine where, it's a lot of just flat planes and stuff like that. You actually get a lot of good details you can work with, a lot of different stuff you can do with the model, a lot of good surfaces you get to mess with. Are they kind of themed from Egyptian army? Yeah, there's definitely an Egyptian theme going on with the army. Um, when you see a lot of the artwork from their home world before it was destroyed, there's like a lot of pyramids and that stuff going on. So it's gonna be fun when I actually go about making my own custom terrain for my home table because it's gonna be themed for these guys, and I'm gonna be doing all kinds of like huge pyramids. I'm talking huge. Like I want to make stuff that would actually seem kind of lifelike in size to them, not just something small that blocks a little bit of line of sight. I want something that's like big. I didn't know if I was getting that from the colors. Nope, it's actually part of the army. There's a lot of like the headdress to them definitely has an Egyptian feel to it. Um, you can totally tell that the guys who designed these models kind of went for that. Like there's a lot to it, and I was mentioning earlier, I think before you got here, that I really like because of that. There's a lot of like third party guys that do 3D printed pieces and things like that to really help push that Egyptian theme with the army. So for the big chaos knights that you can get, um, there's one guy, I think it's on Shapeways. He does a custom head sculpt that is like a Anubis head, so that you can put that on your knight instead of the normal like skull with armor, and it really helps tie in the knight with the theme. Yeah, I like that a lot with the army. All right, we're gonna start doing the gold trim on this guy. Once I find my cut, there it is. I've always liked the look of this army. They used to have old metal models for the Marines, so these are what my standard Marines look like. The ones I'm working on right now are kind of like the elite choice. These are the standard ones. Um, they used to have old metal models for them that when I got into the game in high school, like they were definitely one that I was kind of looking at a lot. Um, but the thing with it was I went a different route for my army, so I never got into them, and I'm actually really glad I held off because the new models look way better than what the old metal ones looked like. So I'm glad that they held to the theme while also making the models just look that much better. Yes, there are um, ones that are kind of Nordic themed. They're a loyalist Space Marine chapter that I don't like to talk about much because the lore is they're the ones that destroyed the planet for my themed army. Um, they were kind of tricked into doing it. They were supposed to go bring my Primarch back. Yes, the Space Wolves. Ugh, ilk. And they were supposed to go get my Primarch, Magnus, and bring him back. But in the whole um, twist with um, the Horus heresy that was going on, Horus, the War Master, who was turning on the Emperor, ended up telling the Space Wolves that nope, plans have changed. You need to kill them. So they ended up going to Prospero, which is the planet my guys are from, and pretty much burning and killing everything. So the planet's gone, which there's rumor we're actually getting a new Prospero. I don't really follow the lore all that much, but I followed it enough to hold the Space Wolf and Thousand Suns grudge. I always joke around like I'll see because of the whole Nordic theme. There's actually a lot of really cool conversions people do with Space Wolf stuff, and I will admit they're freaking awesome. If there was any Space Marine chapter I would do, it would probably be close to the Space Wolves, something like that. I actually had a Loyalist chapter that they weren't Space Wolves, but the way I was kind of making my own custom models and stuff, they had a similar feel to Space Wolves. And I always joke around on Instagram that I'll see these guys post these really cool custom sculpts and custom pieces that they add to their Space Wolves. And I'll joke around that, as an artist, I absolutely freaking love this. As a Thousand Suns player, I can't like this at all. So I always play into the lore a little bit with that and joke around with people, and everyone gets a good kick out of it. What's funny is one of my recurring clients, he plays Space Wolves, and usually my friend Tommy is the one who does all the jobs for him. But on the last one, I ended up taking over since Tommy got pretty busy with some other stuff going on. So I ended up taking it over, and I was just laughing the entire time that I'm sitting here having to paint my nemesis. To irk me? Haha, nice. Yes, I know you would. But it was real funny. I had to do that job, and I'm sitting there with my guys on the table. I was working on these custom ones I'm doing with some sword and shield bits. I love the Araka blades that they got there. Um, and I had those out on the desk, and then I'm sitting there painting these space wolves. So I needed to send an update to my client, and I positioned two of his models like charging at one of mine, and I said, "Painting's going good so far on your models, but they don't seem to be playing too well with the models I'm working on." And I just in the background you see these models just charging at each other. It was a blast. It was really funny. But yeah, so I like to have fun with it. I mean, I don't totally keep up with the lore. I don't follow everything that's going on with the lore, but I know enough about like the different jokes around certain bits of the lore to make those jokes and laugh about it with people. And it's always fun doing so. But after I get a little bit more of this gold on here, I'm gonna have to take a quick 5-minute break, go change my paint water, go probably get a new cup of tea. This one's getting close. You should have set his minis up in a miniature pig pen or something. Oh my god, that would have been hilarious. They're just all in jail. My army keeping a close watch on them while I'm sitting there painting them. What's funny is I was kind of daunted by this army at first with the amount of trim that's on them and how much like detail you have to put into painting them. And the first one I ever did, which was the sorcerer, I did him to really figure out the scheme of the army. I gotta head out. Good chatting later, man. See you, Chad. Thanks for popping by. Appreciate you being here, and I'll catch you next time you're streaming. Have a good night. But yeah, the first one I did took me. I mean, that sorcerer probably took me hours, but he's also one of the HQ units of the army, so I really went heavy on making sure his details are there. Crazy detail, man. Good job. Thank you. Yeah, I put a lot into that one. I want to say I spent a good 6 hours on that model alone, if not longer. And after I did that one, I'm sitting there like, oh my god, this whole army has trim like this. Like, I'm gonna be here forever painting this army. But the more and more I started getting into the actual troops, like I don't do the troops as detailed. Like they look like they are, but there's definitely spots on the model that don't get the same attention span as that sorcerer did. So I'm sitting here like, oh man, it's just going to be so much getting through all these guys. But then I realized, like, you're not putting in all the detail that you would the HQ, and that's where I started. So once I started doing the elites, the troops, and doing them a little less detailed, it made me realize that okay, I can get through this army relatively quickly. And doing these guys on stream, these Terminators, it's really showing me that the trim's really not that hard to get through all of it. I just kind of sit here and keep poking at it as it comes to shape little at a time. I absolutely love the style to this army, and the way they play is like exactly how I like to play. And there's enough variation in what you can take that you can really mix up like what you bring, how it how it balances out on the table. And I really like that and enjoy it because it gives me a really nice army that I can work with that has a lot of options of stuff that I like to play with. That and I get to paint them in cool, crazy colors. Some of my favorite colors. Purple is hands down my favorite color ever. So being able to have an entire army that has elements of purples, pinks, blues, turquoises, all of those colors within them really gets me to paint in fun colors that a lot of things normally don't let me paint in. Like how often do I get to do D&D characters where I'm painting these bright, vibrant colors? Not often. Whoa. I think the hardest part sometimes is actually seeing where the details are on these models. Sometimes you get to the real small spots and it's like I might need actual magnification at some point. I normally don't work with any type of magnification. Usually I can see where I'm putting down detail and stuff like that, but there's definitely sometimes, especially as I'm getting older, where it's like, oh my god, I'm either losing the depth or just not clearly seeing where the division line of the detail is at. One of these days, you're just gonna pop on stream, and you're gonna see me sitting there with the big old visor, magnification, looking at all the tight details. But in a lot of cases, A, this is a personal model, and B, with all the heavy washes I put on them, a little bit of like overpaint on a detail and all that is not that bad of a thing for me. It'll end up getting washed out when I put the ink washes on that cause all the shading and everything there. Alright, I'm gonna go about finishing this left or his right leg, our left, and after I've got the gold done on that, I'm gonna take a short break and then I will be back to continue on the rest of the detailing with this guy. This guy had a, you can probably see that leg right in there, has a real heavy turquoise look to it. I had a mishap when I was trying to get in there with the brush, and when I went to wipe it off, it was already a little too late, and it just smeared the paint all around. So once I'm done with everything, I gotta get back in there with the bone white color and hide that, clear that up, because I don't want that being a totally separate color than what the rest of them is. The other thing too with these guys is I'm never one for the real super clean look. when it comes to your Space Marines or models, because like they're not going to be super clean. They're in the middle of combat. They're getting dust and kicked up dirt and everything. They're getting riddled with bullets. Like they're not gonna have clean looking armor. So that really lends to my paint style and how I like to paint, because I kind of have a more heavy-handed, like kind of like dirty style, I guess, for lack of better words. Um, and and having that kind of style, I think, really helps with getting the look that I want on these Space Marines, because it adds to that feel of them being in combat. The feel that their armor isn't pristine and good looking. Also, these guys are literally piles of dirt and ash in their armor, so they're not really, soldiers that after battle are going to upkeep their armor, because they can't really take it off. The moment it gets punctured or opened up, they literally just blow away in the wind and they're dead. So they're not going to have the most pristine looking armor. They're not going to have clean uh, clean armor plates and dustless armor plates, because they can't really do much about it. Alright, so we're moving pretty good on the trim on this guy. I am going to go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break, refresh my tea, change my paint water. I will drop you guys over to the Be Right Back screen, and I will be back in about 5. Talk to you then. Alright, I have returned. Hello, Wombat Combat. Hey, how's it going? Hopefully you're still here. Sorry I was away. Had to refresh my tea, change some paint water, and say goodnight to the parents. They're calling it a night tonight. But, glad to see you make it back on. How you doing? Up to anything fun tonight? Doing alright. Stopped painting a little while ago. Gotcha. What were you working on tonight? And you got any pictures? Anything you want to share? Feel free if you do. I'm just working a little bit more on. I was doing that big terrain piece, that tavern that I was working on the other day when I started. Um, Doing that for a little bit. Have some washes still drying for that. Same as usual, just the Death Guard minis. No pictures yet. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah, I gotta remember that you're doing Death Guard. I have a terrible habit of forgetting what armies everybody plays and what they're working on, so I'll remember that one of these days. But yeah, so I was working on that tavern for a little bit, and then I switched over to some more of my Thousand Suns here. I'm having too much of a blast painting these guys. So this guy's getting his trim right now. The first one, we got just the base left on him. Otherwise, I'm calling everything else on him done. Once I do the base, he'll get a little bit of like some dirt kicked up on his boots, on his cloak, everything like that. And then the second one, come on, get him, camera. The second one, we just got done putting the purple tone wash on him. I got to do another dark tone wash on the gun to darken that a little bit. And then I need to touch up the turquoise color. And then this blade, what I'm doing for there is it's going to be like an obsidian blade. But then the power stone that's in it is going to be the jade color that I use for like the eyeballs on their helmets. And I'm going to like arc it through the blade so it looks like it's a nice power sword going on. No worries, a lot to remember, I'm sure. Just mean to say that it's the only thing I intend to work on until it's done. Oh, awesome. Cool, cool. Yeah, trying to stay up on what everybody who's passing through my channel is up to is going to be the hardest part for me, I think. I'll remember ya. I'll see your name and I'll remember that you were around, but I might not always remember what was being worked on. So, a little bit of memory refreshment will be needed here and there until I'm better at this. But glad to see you back. Glad to see you popping back on the channel. And glad to see you're still painting stuff and working on stuff. I know sometimes it can be, life can get in the way and really kill your want to work on some of your own stuff. And that's never fun, but it happens from time to time. It's a little bit tricky when you start doing this as a living. Because then when those times hit, it's even more of a struggle because you have to sit down and paint because it's what you're doing for money. But your body says, no, I don't want to paint right now. It gets a little bit tricky. But at least it's a way to kind of force me out of those days. Like when they happen, I got to find ways to just motivate myself to actually sit down and paint and actually get the work going and staying on top of it. And I'm doing better about it now that I'm kind of making this my full-time gig. When I have a lot I need to be painting on and a lot to do, it really forces me to stay on top of it. Fortunately, I get my money with the job. The streaming is just a side thing. Awesome. I'm still kind of considering the streaming as a bit of a side thing. I don't really intend that the stream is like pulling a huge income source or anything for me. But the miniature painting, like I'm trying to run my own studio with that, so I'm trying to find jobs with clients that need stuff painted or need stuff built and all of that. And I'm trying to make that my full-time thing. And where jobs, let's see, I would love to do it the other way around and work part-time and stream full-time, right? But who knows if this whole stream thing starts taking off a little bit more and I'm getting more people that want to hang out and just kind of chill in my channel and everything, then that would be awesome. I'd love to kind of cut back on actual commission work and really focus on just running the stream and having a good time with everybody and going from there. That would be a blast. And actually that's kind of what I'm going to do when commissions are slow. Rather than have to try to find like another job or something like that, I'm just going to start painting and building fun stuff on stream. And then I'm going to kickstart my Etsy and get that going better. Change around how my strategy for my Etsy is going to be, and just start putting up projects that are like either just painted stuff that I did on stream, custom home built stuff that I do, and just really start trying to make another income source for myself through that. So I really focused on getting the stream up and running first because I'm kind of treating it like a marketing thing, something to get eyes on my work, something to get me out there, and something to force me to keep working on stuff. And so far it's working. It's getting me down in the studio. It's keeping me down here. It's keeping me engaged and excited about the work that I'm doing because it's not just me who's excited about doing the work now. There's people that are watching. There's viewers that want to see what I'm up to. And that's been really good. And I'm having fun doing it. Well, that was quick, JT. I thought you were meaning like you'll be back in a couple hours or something. Welcome back. Yeah, I thought I was done. Got more freelance to do. Fair. Fair, fair, fair. Make that money. Rig that model. Yeah, I'm gonna probably get this guy to the strong tone wash, do some touch ups on the second one, and then we're probably gonna revisit a little bit more on the terrain piece I had going because that's gonna be pretty much good on its washes soon. Building a city model. Remember that job we did in SF? Dude, I will never forget that job we did in SF. Oh my god. But I gotta say, like, for as long as it did take and how it all went down and how tired we were afterwards, it was nice getting that paycheck for just really the little amount of work that we actually did. That took all night making those buildings for that architecture. Oh yeah, dude, that was a blast. So I think one of my streams later this week, Jordan, we're gonna do one of your spider models. I was at Brandon's last night printing one of the demons from that Archvillain Games set that I bought, and also printing that Santa Wizard model that one um, Instagram sculptor I follow got me. And I was looking at the whole print run of those spiders that I have sitting around, and it's like, you know what? I need to start looking at getting these sold. So we're gonna end up painting one on stream probably this week. I'm gonna get one together, get that part all taken care of, and then it'll be one of the models that we work on, and that's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to painting one of those. I told Tommy I was gonna be working on one of them on stream soon, and he goes, "Oh shit, that's right. I have one of those laying around. I gotta get back on." But yeah, I know he's been super busy with all kinds of stuff, and his focus was just on a Chaos Knight recently, which turned out freaking amazing. It makes me want one so bad. I'll eventually get a Chaos Knight. It's gonna happen. I need one for this army. So yeah, I'm hoping when I do the spider model, we'll get some other miniature painters in here and guys that might want one of their own to work on. So I'm hoping that's how that pans out. I went upstairs. I found out Dad is somewhere lurking in the chat here. They're sitting upstairs watching TV, and I saw my dad just had Twitch up on his phone. That is still the best username. I was laughing so hard when I was going through my mini feed and I saw that I was followed by Dad. Oh yeah, he's lurking. He's here. He's being quiet. The other thing I'm really liking about working on stream like this is it keeps me actually working on the model. Cause like when I'm just working by myself and stuff like that, they're like I'll put down a color and I'll just be like, all right, let's go, go check this out or look at this, and like I'll pull up in my phone or do something like that, and it's like I'm not actually sitting there painting as much as I should be. Whereas when I'm on stream, it's like, okay, well I gotta keep going, or else you guys are gonna all start yelling at me, getting mad at me. So I'm actually getting these models done a lot faster than I thought I would be getting them done. Like, to be putting the gold trim on my third Terminator already, I'm quite happy for that. I was still stalking out my ship at spawn when a sloop rocked up and started attacking my ship. Dude, you are having the worst luck with that. Oh my god. Like, I feel like most times I load up my ship and I'm good, but that's like what, 3 times now in like the past week you've been telling me that you've been attacked while still loading up? That's frustrating. I uh I had that instance the other day that I was telling you about where the server merge screwed me over of all that fish Caitlin and I caught. So I was done, dude. I tried playing like on Sunday. I was like, you know what? We're gonna fish a little bit more. And I literally opened up the game, got into a sloop, did one run of running stuff from the island to the boat, went back out onto the island, looked in one barrel, and I was just like, you know what? Eh. And I actually just closed the game right there. Kind of that one instance, man, it just kind of killed me for a little bit. It's like maybe it's life telling you to start painting your minis again. There you go. Look at the positive of it. I'm glad like that it happened because or that instance happened to me because it did get me to kind of slow down a bit again on it. But I know I'll still play the game and I'm still gonna go back to it here and there. But it was like right now it's just like that one instance just kind of shut me down on it. So I'm kind of over it for right now. Whoa, what happened to my focus? There we go. Which I mean I had World of Warships show up and me and Joe have been playing that a lot lately. So I've been having a blast with that. Nice new game addiction, something a little bit different. And what I really like is World of Warships is it's kind of I mean it's an intensive game, but it's really kind of relaxed and you can kind of just like sit back and play it. You don't really have to feel like you're like on edge with the keys. It's something you can just kind of like relax and have fun playing, even though it's a combat game. It's a ship combat. And that's kind of more my style of games lately. Though now having the computer in the basement and being hardwired in is making a huge change for me with games like Rainbow Six Siege. Nice, maybe I'll check it out. It's fun. It's a grind though. Like the way they do their tech tree, you have to like work through like all these different ships to get to the ones that you're trying to get to. So like I really just wanted to try out a carrier and I had to grind a bunch of games before I could actually get through to the checkpoint or to the tech tree that had the first carrier I could get and that was kind of a bummer. Um and then I found out that the different nations like they all have kind of their own uniqueness and stuff going on. So while I unlocked a US carrier to start. Talking with Joe about it, it actually sounded like the German carriers were more my style. So not only did I have to go through and grind to get the American Tier 4 carrier, I now have to grind and get to the German Tier 4 carrier. Which was kind of annoying at first because it's like, okay, well, I really want to play a carrier. Why is it so hard for me just to get to that point and try them? But now that I kind of know more about the game, know more about the different like stuff that you can equip on your ship as consumables for like one game, I can actually get through it a lot faster, so it feels less of a grind. But it was still a little bit annoying at first. Actually, earlier before my stream, I ended up playing a couple games and I got enough points to unlock the tier 6 German carrier, so I am really excited for when I get to try that out. I took my commander from the tier 4 that has all the good upgrades I needed and moved him over to the tier 6. So now he's ready to go, ready to run that ship. I'm excited to play it. I love carriers in the game. They're so much fun because you're actually controlling the planes. Like you set your ship on autopilot to go somewhere, and then you when you launch a squadron of planes, you're in control of the planes. It's a little tricky at first, understanding like how the different three types of squadrons work and where you have to launch when you fire their weapons and everything. But once you get it down, it's a lot of fun. The other day I spawned into a game and it was just me and one other guy, and every other ship was bots, and we were both playing the carrier for our side. So like I was the carrier on my side, he was the carrier on his side, and all the other ships were bots. And normally when that'll happen, I'll just go hunt the other player because I know the bots can't really aim. So I'll just make sure I'm just constantly throwing my planes at the other carrier, and I'll take him out real quick. And I made a joke about, this had been happening to me a lot where it's just me and one other carrier player. And as I'm launching the first rocket barrage from my planes onto the carrier, he responds to my thing in text in the chat and says, "Yeah, it's actually kind of good for me. I'm newer to carrier, so I'm still kind of learning." And as soon as he said that, I kind of felt bad that I was instantly hunting him because it's like, oh, well, this is the perfect game for you to learn. So I ended up starting to just give him a bunch of tips of what I know about running the carriers. And I just told him, I'm like, I'll leave you alone so that way you can get some good practice in. Just keep fighting the bots and go from there. And it ended up coming down between me and him as the last two ships. So we're just sitting there launching fighter squad, like bomber squadrons, torpedo bombers at each other. And it got down to just one. Oh, shoot, Walter, what's up? Thank you for the raid, dude. Appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. How's it going, everybody? Let's see. Shark in a Box, Ari Waddle, Megapedia. How's it going, Meg? Witch Cat Crochet, Walter. There you are. Aramis Belmont. How's it going, everybody? Thank you for popping over to my channel. We are currently working on some of my Warhammer 40,000 Scarab Occult Terminators. This is the third one I'm working on, so I'm doing the gold trim on him right now. This is what they will look like when they are completed. So this one's all ready to go. I just need to do his basing. So that's what we've got going on today. I'm also working on, let's see, I'll just link you guys the reference that I'm using. I'm doing a terrain piece. I'll show you a part of it. This is one section of it. It's a port tavern from Printable Scenery. I'm doing some work for this website, dungeonartifacts.com. Witchcat Crochet, thank you for the follow and becoming an Erklander. Welcome, welcome. I appreciate it. So that link will take you to the page with the port tavern. If you scroll over, there's some finished pictures of it. I'm kind of matching the paint colors. We put some washes on it earlier. It looks like they're still not totally dry, so at some point I'll be jumping back on that for a little bit. But until then, we're working on my Terminators. So here's the second one I had going on. He's pretty much on to the point where I need to highlight the gold. My gold is a like 4-step process. So I need to get back in there with the polished gold to really bring out the highlights on it. And then I need to touch up the white armor or the bone colored armor, the turquoise colors, and then the blades. He's the first one that actually has a blade. What I'm doing with those is it's going to be like an obsidian blade, and then that little power crystal that runs up in it, that's going to be the same uh, jade color as the eyes in the helmet, and I'm going to arc it through the blade so it looks like it's that like power sword type look, because that's what they are. They're power swords. I just used some extra bits I found from a guy on Shapeways to really make these cool halberds for them rather than just having a sword. Those look super slick. Thanks, Walter. Appreciate it. Wicked and Wowzers from Witchcat and Megapedia. Thanks, you guys. So yeah, we're just having a fun hangout, and if anybody's got stuff you've been working on that you want to share, I am one of those link-friendly channels because that's how all of you guys have been for me. So feel free to post them in the channel and get other eyes on your work. Appreciate you all being here. Walt, what were you working on your channel? I didn't get a chance to really hang out and watch. I gave you the lurk. I've been lurking you all day, but I didn't get a chance to really watch it. Ah, one of those fellow sharders. I was working on a Dwarf Lord from the game Conquest. I'm trying to copy the colors of the painted artwork, which is not proving to be easy. Gotcha, gotcha. Awesome. That's a larger model, right? I feel like when I popped in for the lurk, it was looking like it was a pretty big model. Yep, the Conquest models are at 38 millimeters. Whoa, so this dwarf is the size of a Space Marine. Nice. I really like how they're starting to go like more true scale with the Space Marines. It's something they've been needing for the longest time. So these Thousand Suns, these are actually just personal models. This is my personal army. Kim85 is raiding with a party of 3. Hey Kim, thanks for the raid. Everybody's getting over here tonight. I appreciate that. It's awesome. What were you working on today? And also, how come my raid notification didn't? Did it pop up? Did you guys all see Theoden? So it begins. It showed up for Walter. I've been having the worst time with alerts lately. You saw it? Okay, cool. I didn't catch that one. I gotta. How's the volume on those? I have the volume a little bit low. I feel like it's a little too low because I'm not actually hearing the notification. Is it not really giving the sound that well? I may have lowered it too much. You didn't hear anything? Okay, yeah, I gotta bump those back up. There should be the actual sound bites with those. I hear the Smeagol one for follows, but the I haven't heard the Theoden one. I've seen it pop up, but I gotta work on that. I think I just lowered them way too much. I was afraid that it was gonna be like, bam, in your face and way too loud, but I think I went a little too low on them. So that's something I gotta mess with. I gotta mess with that, and I gotta mess with a chat bot. I want to do all these cool shout outs for everybody, but I have to just kind of do it by hand because I never actually linked that functionality up to the channel yet. I meant to do it this weekend and then got busy with other stuff. But yeah, Kim, what were oh, you already mentioned it. You were working on a diamond art project on stream. Oh, awesome. If you want to share it, feel free. If you have pictures of it and you want to link to it, feel free to drop that in the chat. Let everybody take a look at what was going on, what you had happening. And actually, I think I gotta get over to your channel still and give you a follow. I don't think I've done that yet. So for anyone just joining us, I am working on a couple of my Thousand Suns Terminators for 40k, and I am also working on this print from Printable Scenery, printed through the website dungeonartifacts.com. Um, it's currently waiting on some washes right now, so we're gonna pick that up in a little bit. I'm kind of engrossed in the Space Marines again, so I'm just gonna keep working on this guy for a little bit. But once those washes dry, we're gonna do some dry brush layers onto the terrain piece. I'm kind of painting it like the fully painted pictures on the link. Let's see, there's pictures around, but you don't have any direct links to them. Oh, no worries, Kim. But yeah, if you feel free to share sometime if you ever want to. Oh, Karao WS, thank you for the host. I appreciate that. That one I heard. I heard the alert on that one. I heard Samwise. saying he's gonna carry me, or carry Frodo, technically. But I figured that would make a great host alert. Yeah, I appreciate everybody coming by tonight. I'm going till 11 o'clock tonight, making this a little bit longer of a day on stream for me. Been having a lot of fun with it so far. Today's my 4th day. Having a blast. It's been a lot of fun. Awesome. I'm gonna lurk and grab some food because I'm starving. Oh, I bet. You just got done with your stream. You're probably super hungry. Lurk, got a bunch of cleanup to do. Alrighty, well, thank you guys for the lurk. Thanks for the raids from both of you. I appreciate that a lot. That was awesome. Nice surprise for my Monday night. And yeah, I appreciate you guys hanging out around. Oh yeah, glad to catch me. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. How are you doing tonight? Do you do any artwork or anything? Feel free to post links and share with everybody. I am all for everybody sharing artwork around here. I love seeing it. I love getting the word out for everybody. Everybody's been super helpful for me getting my name out there when before I even got started with streaming. Um, that was a blast. Like just getting into the community, getting to know all you guys, and really start, you know, seeing what everybody's up to and seeing everybody's work. It's been a lot of fun for me, and having that kind of support from everybody. I mean, before I was even starting, like I was getting, I had enough follows for the affiliate before I even started the live streaming part because of everybody being super supportive and chatting and sharing work. So if I can be a catalyst for anybody else by letting them share work, letting them get eyes on their work, by all means, I am all for that. That is the community I want to help build here because that is the community that welcomed me here. I paint minis and figurines, right, and currently building a balsa plane. That sounds amazing. And actually, now that you mentioned balsa plane, I feel like I saw one of your links on somebody's channel the other night. Or maybe you shared here or something. Because that sounds very familiar. Because I remember making a comment to somebody that it reminded me of my childhood. Because my dad and uncle and I used to build a lot of rubber band powered balsa planes, and we flew them in a club that would fly at a school gym it was like every other Saturday or something like that. So every time I see that stuff, it just takes me right back to that point in my life. And that's also the reason why I love the smell of this stuff, because it just reminds me of building those planes, and that was always super fun. What kind of plane is it? P-38 Lightning? Oh, heck yeah. Those things are so cool looking. I love me my World War II planes. I'm super partial to the Spitfire Mk2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. So yeah, this process that I'm doing on these guys to get the gold looking how it does is I lay down a brass color first. It's brassy brass. That is what I'm going through right now on this one. After I do the brass color, I do the rest of the model's base tones. So all the base tones will get in on the model, and then I wash the entire model in Army Painter's strong tone. Goes over everything. Once that dries, I go back and the gold actually gets another wash using Army Painter's purple tone. And that's how you get, you can see on the bottom of his cloak here, once it comes into focus, if it wants to. Come on. Come on, camera. There we go. You can kind of see all those nice like purple tones in the gold. That's brought up with the purple tone wash. And then when that dries, then I go back over the brass with a nice polished gold like that, and that picks out all the highlights and really brings it to life. And that's my simple 4-step process for making the gold that I do on these guys. It's something I kind of came up with to help keep the gold looking a little bit like dingy and dirty, while also still giving me some tie-ins with the bright, vibrant colors that the rest of the army portrays. Lots of purples, lots of pinks, blues, all of those tones. Honestly, a lot of my favorite colors. And that is what drew me to this army, is not only the design of all the Marines in the army, the colors in which are the standard look for all of them. Actually, right over here on the desk, this was the first one I ever painted for the army. I know I went with an HQ unit for the test model. Come on, camera. Man, my autofocus is killing me. So he was the first actual test run for the army. I went with just straight to one of my sorcerers, one of the HQ units, just to figure out what I was going to do for the look of the army. And then as I started doing more and more for the army, I got the idea of using the different color cloaks for all the sorcerers. So there's like some with purple, some with teal, and some of the troops I'm actually matching to that. So like there will be a squad of troops that are in purple. There will be squads of troops that are in the turquoise color. There's probably going to be some with pink and different colors like that. And then the named sorcerer Ahriman, I have him. You'll see him come up in the slideshow there. He has a like custom mixed. It's like I don't even know what color to call it. It's kind of like a maroon, but it has like some orangish tones in there and everything. And he's the only one in the army that is going to have cloaks of that color. It was a custom mix, and I wanted him to really stand out. So that way, when I field this army, even though he totally looks different, and you can always tell where he's at, he's really going to stand out from the rest of the troops in the army. It's been a real fun one. I really like this army a lot. Lots of fun details on the models, lots to work with, and fun colors. Thanks, Meg. I appreciate that. I ended up I went with like that bone color armor to be different because usually this army their armor plates are actually like a blue or a red or like something brighter. I wanted to kind of go with something a little bit more dulled back, and actually a lot of the cloaks and like the turquoise and purples I end up using a somber gray to help desaturate them slightly. Because while I do want the bright colors and the vibrancy in the army, I save the real vibrant colors for the demons of the army. So that way there's a nice contrast between the marine side and the demon side of the army. So that way the demons really look bright and vibrant as opposed to the marines looking a little bit more kind of like dulled out and desaturated. I kind of forgot on on the turquoise color to desaturate that one the other night. I forgot that was something I was doing with the army, so that one still looks a little bit more vibrant, but being that it's only a couple cloaks on the one model, it still is going to work because the rest of the model is still kind of doled out and not as vibrant. It's a nice mix when they're on the table. And then any of like the flame bits, like fire bits, there's demons that are little balls of fire for this army. I painted them in like a greenish fell flame rather than an actual fire look, and that just ties so well with the army. Actually, my case is right over there. I'll get one in a second so I can show you guys. Yeah, let me grab that real quick. So yeah, these little guys. And I do like a couple different variations. Come on, camera. Catch the focus. Nope, you're not going to do it? Come on. So I do a little bit different of the fell flame look. These ones have more purplish to them, and then the flame itself is a little bit yellowish. These guys are a little bit more greenish with a darker tip to their flame. And then when they all go together with the army, it just kind of adds a nice little extra color to it. Got to lurk for a little bit? No problem, Meg. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, I really like the look and styling of this army. Probably the main reason why I ended up picking them as my main army that I wanted to play. And they've been a lot of fun to paint, especially in this paint scheme. I get a lot of looks, especially since it's something a little bit out of the norm. Because you always see the blue armor plates, you always see the more classic paint jobs that Games Workshop came up with, and then being able to pop on some forums and post some pictures of mine with like a bone colored armor, it usually stands out a little bit and gets a lot of eyes on it. I really like that. Anybody here in chat got anything fun going on tonight? Anything you're working on? Anything you got planned? Watching you, dude. Aw, that's fun. I try to make it fun. I hope you guys have fun. I have fun. I have a blast doing this. So, I don't plan on going anywhere. Yeah, I'll do that part gold too. My philosophy on some of these models is because like there's like spots under there on his arm that's real hard to get to. My philosophy regarding that is if it's hard to see and hard to get to with the paintbrush, it's definitely hard to see on the model. So you can usually get by with just getting a little bit of color in there and just letting the wash kind of pool up and build up in there and really hide any imperfections on spots that are hard to see. Plus you got to think too, I mean, you're going to be playing with this model on the table. Is anyone really ever going to look down there and see that little bit of missing paint in his arm? Probably not. So when it comes to a lot of that stuff, especially for tabletop quality stuff and models that you're not really too worried about looking being seen at a close distance, you can really get by with a lot of little tricks like that you don't really have to worry about making every part of the model look pristine and perfect. I'm actually real sloppy when it comes to a lot of my base coats. Mostly because I'm heavy-handed with my washes. You'll see that in a minute here. I'm almost ready to start putting the strong tone wash over this guy after a couple more bits of trim and a couple other spots that need some base coating. We'll be putting the strong tone on them, and you'll see just how heavy-handed I actually go with it, and that helps hide a lot of the imperfections and little like slight overpaints when I'm doing the extra trim work. I can't believe it's already 9:30. I started at 6. Does not feel like I've been down here for that long. But they always say time flies when you're having fun, and I definitely have fun doing this. Hanging out with chat, painting my own army. I'm finally actually painting some more on my own army. Talk to the people I play with, they'll be shocked. I always feel like I'm painting so much stuff on commission or for other people that my own stuff gets set aside. And I laugh that, I'm a commission painter and all that, and yet I've never had a fully painted army in any of the games I play. I've gotten some stuff close. I've played lists that are close to being fully painted, but the amount of gray that I still have in my army is astounding. So actually having a reason to work through it and actually get through more of my own models, super exciting. Man, this bronze color can be a little finicky. If you don't mix enough water into it, it gets like the flow is not there. Like you won't go far with one load of paint on your brush. But then if you mix too much water into it, it doesn't cover well. So it's like you got to find this perfect balance between how much water you put into the paint so that way you can get a good flow with one load of the paintbrush without actually having it too thin where it wants to just run all over and not cover the parts of the model. And like it won't it won't look that bad at first when you put it on there, but once it dries, you can really tell the spots where okay, I had too much water mixed in with the bronze, and it'll become noticeable. It's one of the hardest things with the metallics from Vallejo that I've noticed. I like them. I really like the Vallejo game color line. That's mostly what I'm using here. I use most of the Vallejo game color line for my basic colors and everything, and then the washes I hands down will always say that the Army Painter quick shades are the best washes on the market. They are my favorite. I've used a few different kinds of washes, and the Army Painter ones are just the ones that do it for me. Another paint brand I really like is Scale 75. But the thing with them is their paints are really thick out of the bottle, so you have to water theirs down to get a good coverage and flow with the brush. Um, but I actually kind of really like that because it gives me the control over the paint. There are some paint brands, I forget which ones now, that I had tried out that as soon as I dropped them out of the bottle, I could tell I wasn't going to like them because they were too thin coming out of the bottle. And without having the control of being able to thin down the paint how I want it thinned, it made me not like those paints because trying to get the coverage out of something that's already thinned to me well past what it should be was kind of not good for me. So I really, really like the Scale 75 products for that reason because they come out thick. They remind me of an older GW paint um, where they were a little bit thicker and you had the control when it came to watering them down and thinning them out for what you needed. that whole bit as gold. Just got a little bit of gold trim on his gun. Then it's a couple more base coats. Actually, I think just his eyes. I think everything else I already handled. Then I could... excuse me. Oh, the sword. I gotta get the obsidian on the sword. And then we can do the wash on this guy. So I did the whole bottom gold. Also, with this much trim on a model, I guarantee you I'm going to start washing it, and I am going to find spots that did not get the trim like it should have. It's natural. I jump around so much when I do different spots on a model that when it comes down to getting to the next part, there's always a little spot somewhere hiding out in the model that I missed. It's like a guarantee. But that is alright, because that's how I work. I cannot focus on just like one part of the model and totally do everything in that zone. Like you've probably actually already seen me a couple times already on camera. I'll start like putting in a little bit of the trim over here, and then when I pick up the paint again, I'm suddenly in a different spot, putting down the base coat. I don't know what it is. I don't know why I work that way, but that's how I do it. Alright. I actually have to hit the restroom real quick. I will be right back, everybody. And when I get back, we're going to put down the obsidian for the blade, the jade color, and the eyes, and then we'll get a wash on this guy. And I'll continue on the second one, getting his gold up to speed and getting the highlights back in on the model. So give me a couple minutes. I will be right back. Alright, I have returned. Bam. Wolf Foreman, thank you for the lurk. Appreciate it. Appreciate you stopping by and hanging out in the channel. I almost did it. I almost dipped my pen or my paintbrush into the teacup. Haven't done that in a while, but I almost did it. Thank God PokePlayer's not here. He'd give me all kinds of crap for that. Mainly because I was telling him that I haven't done that in so long. But that's totally going to be one of the first emotes for the channel. Little tea mug with a paintbrush hanging out of it. Because I'm not sure who here has heard of the sparkly tea story, but there was one night I was working on miniatures down in the studio here, and I was doing a lot of stuff with metallics, and just not even thinking about it. Like I keep my tea right next to my paintbrush paint water, and I picked up my tea and I go to drink it, and I take one real big gulp out of it, and I look down into it, and it's just like swirling with sparkles. I had ended up cleaning my metallics into my teacup, and that was the night I created sparkly tea. I highly recommend don't drink it. So I got one big gulp down before I realized what had happened and why it was all sparkly, and had to go make a new cup of tea. So one of the first emotes for the channel, when I get to that point, is definitely going to be the sparkly tea. But I feel like that is something that every miniature artist will tell you they have done at some point in their journey with miniature painting. At some point, we all have either drank our paint water or dipped a paintbrush into whatever drink you have next to your paint water. And I know I should keep them more separate, but the thing for me is I'm right-handed. So when I'm cleaning my paintbrush, I'm cleaning it with my right hand. When I'm grabbing for my tea, I'm grabbing for it with my right hand. It's just natural that they're going to end up next to each other on the table. Having moving to an actual jar for my paint water has helped immensely because it's clear and I can tell that it's my paint water on glance out of the corner of my eye, so that's been helping a lot. But what am I doing here? Oh no, that's coming later. This is what I'm doing. I just put paint on this. Um, but still, even though I can tell the difference, there's gonna be a point. There will be a point when I get it wrong. It's probably gonna happen on here, and you're all gonna laugh at me. But that's okay. That's what I'm here for, the entertainment. So laugh away. Oh, Wolfwoman, I just realized you followed too. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. That's awesome. Sorry I didn't catch that. I saw the lurk in chat, but I did not catch the follow. I should have done this part before I trimmed the gold. I'm gonna have to touch that up. But that's okay. Alright, I am about to the point on this one. Oh wait, nope. Every time I say it, there's always something I missed. All these little tubes. Well, once I get these tubes done, then we're about ready for the strong tone wash, and I can jump back to the second one and start polishing up all of the details on that one. Yeah, Games Workshop models are definitely some of my favorite models to paint. The details they pack in these things are just fantastic. Always been partial to painting Games Workshop. And the models just always go together fantastically. Though I am a little bit more bummed with their more recent kits. Their recent ones are really more like this piece has to go with this one, and it's like they only fit a certain way, and you're kind of stuck with the poses that they made for the models. I really like more of their old style, where you got the legs, the torso, the arms, and you could really choose how the model went together and and how it was posed. I do miss that with some of their troop choices and how they did things. A lot of the new ones, it's like, oh, this piece has to go with this piece, and this is the pose it's going to make. Which kind of makes it a little bit of a bummer because if you get multiple of the same packs, you have to do a lot of extra heavy conversion work if you want to change up that pose. Otherwise, you're going to have the same looking dude across your army. But yeah, that is all the base coats for this guy, I think. Always looks so weird to me before I put the wash on. The stark contrast or the stark connections between all the colors. Then once you get those washes going and really dull them back, it really makes a difference in the look. Painters do not lie when they say it's liquid talent. So we're just using some Army Painter Strong Tone, and this is where I go just super heavy over the entire model. I end up just taking a brush, kind of like that. This is a number 4 Winsor Newton, and just kind of grab the strong tone and just go over the whole model. If it pools up heavy in any spots, I'll take a smaller paintbrush and I'll just kind of soak it up. Um, So when you're doing this step in a model, never be afraid to kind of just keep going over the same area and pushing around that wash so that way it falls in a way that you want it to on the model. And if you see too much in the way of like heavy pooling or anything like that, just get it back in there with a brush and soak it up before it starts really drying. Otherwise, it'll make some weird like artifacts and look onto the model itself if it pools in a weird spot or in a weird way. But I'm real heavy-handed when it comes to my my first layer of wash on a model, and that's just kind of my style with painting. That's kind of how I've always attacked washes. I know a lot of people you can get in there and be real fine with your wash and really only hit the recessions and areas, but with the way I paint and the way these guys all come together, I actually need it to go over the whole model because it helps dull back that bone white armor color and helps really dirty up the model, and that's kind of what I'm going for with the army. And then all the gold, as I was mentioning earlier, if you weren't here, you didn't hear it. Um, all the gold will get a purple tone wash after this strong tone dries, and that helps tie in the gold with the rest of the vibrant colors that the army is, and really just makes it a different looking gold than you see on a lot of models. Because a lot of guys you'll see shading golds with browns and getting that real realistic look to it, which is great. The golds a lot of people create look really fantastic, but having that little bit of purple thrown in there, I think really accents the gold color and really helps bring out the look of this army. It's kind of become my standard for how I do a lot of gold colors. And I missed a little bit. That tube right in there. So you might be able to see down here, right down in that leg down in there, you can see the wash is kind of pooling a little heavy. All you got to do is go in there before you get more on the brush and just kind of wipe it away, and boom, it clears it right up. So that's what I'm trying to avoid on a lot of spots on the model. If it does pool in certain spots, I'm not really that upset over it. Like in between the shoulder pads and places where it's hard to see. I actually want the wash to pool in there because that is what will darken those areas up and just make them look like they're in shadow. So that's where I want the wash to pool, not on like any of the armor plates or things like that. Because if it pools on the armor plates, there's a lot more touch up that I have to do, and it just becomes a little bit more annoying. But still having it brushed across the armor plates is needed, because that helps give me, like on this guy, helps give me those kind of rough patches in there and makes them look a little bit dirtied up and not so clean of the armor. Because I'll get back in there and I'll touch up those areas. I'll go in with the bone white again and really hit those again. But I don't totally cover it because that is part of the look that we're trying to get when it comes to the model. So, I mean, right there you can already see the total difference that it makes just by putting one layer of wash on this model. I probably don't like that little bit over there. I have to head out. It was awesome to watch you. Have a wonderful night. Oh, thank you, Witch Cat. Witch Cat Crochet. Oh my god, I'll get it. Yeah, I appreciate you being here. Thanks for stopping in. Thank you for the follow and hanging out for as long as you did. It was a blast having you. So I hope to see you sometime in the future. And thank you for the kind words of enjoying watching me. I appreciate that. You have a wonderful night. You can just call me Cat. I'll watch you more later. Okay, awesome. Well, you have a good night, Cat. Thanks for being here. Alright, we're going to go back to this guy. And I think I'm going to touch up the turquoise and all that first. Actually, no, I'm going to do the gold first because there's more of that. So if I highlight that and I have a little over overspray, well, overspray, but it's not a spray, over brush with the gold, I can just go back in with the turquoise and touch that up. So for this, you can see after the washes, this one's got the purple on there, so you can already see the purple tones into that wash, or into the gold, I should say. But you can see how like dark of a bronze color it looks on the model. So what I do now is I go in with a real bright polished gold, and then I hit a lot of highlight areas. I don't hit all the areas of the gold because I don't want to cover everything that we just did. But I'll hit it with this in some of the raised areas and just try to bring out the color and really make it look like gold. That's just kind of dirty. And it really helps bring all those details out as well as make it look like at one point it was a nice shining gold. And you'll see a lot when I do this part that a lot of my hand motion with the brush is actually more like a stipple effect rather than any type of like real brush effect like that. I'm actually more like tapping the paint into the areas to get the detail on there. And that helps not totally cover the area. It helps to just knock some of that paint onto the various areas. And you can see already how just that little bit in his chest area that I hit looks so much brighter and more detailed and not as dull as the other spots. Because you're not totally covering everything that you did, you're just getting the little bits of the highlights in there. And that really helps bring the colors up and really make that model stand out. And you can also use it to really kind of hint at lighting going on. If you try to make sure to always hit like the top edge of things and then like the very bottom edge of it to kind of act as like bounced light, it really helps make the model feel more real without having to really heavily focus on any type of lighting for the model. Because I'm not really doing any type of lighting on this model. It's not in any type of scene where there's like a light source or anything like that. I'm not actually trying to paint it with any type of OSL or anything like that. It's just kind of like a neutral lighting. So having just little hints at the light here and there on some of these raised areas really helps make it look more believable without actually having to go through and really focus on making that lighting pop where it needs to pop. What I really like too about the way I do this gold is because I have the purple tone in there, when I hit it with this real polished gold, it gives a real nice contrast between the shadowing and the lighting on the gold because you got the purple and then you have this polished gold which is more of a yellowish gold. So purple and yellow being complementary colors, it really just makes it help pop and stand out in the gold and really makes a nice effect with the model. The other cool thing that doing a little bit of a stipple effect when you apply this helps with is on some of the more flat areas where there's not that much definition and you kind of stipple this gold onto there, it actually makes it almost kind of show up like there's little scratches and imperfections in the armor because those would be catching all kinds of light if they were actually there, and it helps kind of draw more attention to otherwise boring spots of the miniature. You might be able to see on his head crest if I can get it to focus here. Come on. You can see on that little piece of the head crest there how it almost makes it look like it's a little bit scratched up, and that when you hit it just right in the light. And I like when that happens on the model because it gives more definition to the model that actually isn't even there. At the rate I'm going right now, I don't know if I'm even getting back to the terrain piece tonight. I've got an hour left, and I am kind of engrossed in working on these guys. We might get there. I'll probably do some more work on it off stream, but I really like how these guys are turning out, and I'm really excited to finally have my first few Terminators painted and ready to go for this army. I have played countless games with them, while all of them being flat gray. And the rest of the, well, not the rest of the army, but a good portion of the rest of the army gets, all their nice colored look. And these guys have been one of my heaviest hitting units on the board while remaining totally gray and boring looking. So it's nice to finally be moving on these guys and have an excuse to move on them, because it gives good content for you guys to watch and learn how I do different techniques and things with my own painting, while simultaneously getting my squad ready for whenever I have my next game of Warhammer. And that's exciting to me, because whenever I get full painted models on the table, I'm always excited. Because sometimes I get caught up in other things, caught up in commission work, caught up in not feeling like painting other stuff, to the point where I can neglect my army sometimes and not get much done for them. So actually having more of an excuse to keep working on them and stay focused on them and getting them ready for the table makes me happy. A little update on where we're at. Almost done with highlighting the various parts of gold. And you can already see right there how just that little bit I'm adding to the model is really bringing that gold back up from how the washes had dulled it down. I absolutely love my color scheme that I came up with. I really like the bone white armor. I was afraid at the time I had done it, because at the time I did do it, one of my friends I was playing with was playing the Death Guard, and he went for the classic armor of the Death Guard, not the new like green armor. So he had the old off-white, kind of rusty looking armor with hints of green here and there on like some of the trim and all that. Hey, great. Oh, speaking of the Death Guard, here he is, El Tamo. Gray is a color. Maybe the squad painted themselves entirely in GW plastic sprue gray, to blend in. Oh, totally. Totally, totally, totally. But yeah, as I was saying, I was afraid that my color choice of armor was going to be too similar to how El Tamo here had his Death Guard at the time. But thankfully, we had just enough differences in how we paint and how they looked to where they actually looked great on the table against each other, together, and whatever, without actually having them feel like they were from the same army. So what's going on, El Tamo? How are you tonight? Did you have today off, or did you have to work today? I'm assuming I know the answer to that question. I always loved, speaking of the gray as a color in the GW sprue plastic gray, I always loved that game we played with Dave that one time, and his He like went like three-ish rounds without even using his scout squad because they actually blended in with the gray terrain. That was so funny. I guess their camo actually worked. Alright, LL worked. Painting models too. Sweet, what are you painting? Alright, dude. You're out of here. Alright, Jordan. I will catch you later. Thanks for hanging out for as long as you did. Appreciate it. Good luck with all the freelance stuff. Whenever you do get a little slower on it, let me know, and we'll actually get together for once. I feel like it's been forever. But I get it. Everybody's got stuff going on. It is what it is. So you have a good night, dude. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, at the house and freelance. Oh yeah, totally, dude. I could imagine. But yeah, definitely thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for supporting the channel. I really appreciate it. And yeah, whenever things do free up a little bit and you got some time, let me know. But I will talk to you tomorrow. Have a good one. I won't be streaming tomorrow. I'm not gonna do Tuesdays as my schedule, but I'll be back on Wednesday 1 to 5, and Thursday same hours as today for the 6 to 11. Cool, dude. Well, anyways, have a good night. I will chat with you later. And Tommy, did I read Karn? Am I reading that correctly? You needed somebody to go with that big old knight of yours? Karn is such a cool model, though. I just want to. I think I want to get him just to paint at some point. I actually would also like to get Abaddon just to paint. Yes'm. Yeah, dude, I want to play against a knight so bad. That'll be fun. Did you figure out what you're gonna do for troops to go with it? Or are you just going straight up all knights? I'm so freaking same. Abby looks sweet. Oh yeah. Actually, another model I would really like to get to paint is um oh my god, the orc war boss. What's his name? Grazgul. That new version of him is so freaking cool, and it's huge. Of course, he comes out like right as I'm in the middle of selling my orc army. But he actually didn't really fit with the theme of my orc army because I played the bad moons. I think I am about good with all the gold touch-ups. So I'll give you guys a close-up here. How it looks with all the gold in place now. He's cool. Heard he's impossible to find unless you want to buy eBay prices. Yep, I'm out. No eBay prices for me. But yeah, so there's the update with the gold. So now I think I'm gonna go through, kind of brighten up the. Hey, GM Spoon, welcome to the channel. Thanks for popping by. Just working on some more of my Thousand Suns Terminators. This is the one that I did on Thursday. So I'm bringing up the rest. I have two others I'm working on right now that are in various stages. So this guy's pretty much done. He's just waiting for his basing to get done, which I'm going to do once I have probably a group of 5 of them together. I'll get all 5 done at the same time. This is the one that I just showed. He's got the gold done. Now I need to bring up the bone color of the armor, as well as the turquoise on his tabard there. I think that would be tabard. I forget what that piece is actually called. And then I have a third one who is still drying from a wash, which actually I'm glad I picked him up because I need to touch up a little bit. Get some water on that and kind of clean that up. With how I go heavy-handed on my washes, they tend to pool at the bottom of the miniature, and I gotta watch it every now and then to make sure they don't pool in any spots I don't want them to pool. But he just got his strong tone wash and is going from there. So my process for kind of painting these guys is I prime them flat gray. I go through with a wide brush and dry brush the bone white for the armor. Then I do the base coats of the turquoise colors and the gold. I get the jade in there for the eyes. And then I do a heavy strong tone wash over there. I use the Army Painter strong tone. It's kind of like an Agrax Earth Shade. If you're used to the GW paints, it's kind of similar to that. And then once that's dry, he'll get another wash of Army Painter's purple tone, but the purple tone just goes over the gold. And then once that's dry, the gold gets a highlight pass of polished gold, which that is what I just put on this one that I'm working on. And then I'll go back with the bone white to bring up the bone white, because you can totally see how much darker. Oh, come on, camera. You can totally see how much darker this one's bone colored armor is compared to the other. So I'll just get in there and hit some quick highlights on there and go from there. But yeah, just having some fun painting these guys. How are you tonight? Got anything fun going on? Do you do any painting or anything of your own? If you do and you want to share, feel free to drop some links in the chat and share with everybody. I am all for that. Otherwise, if you just want to hang out and chat and watch what I'm doing, feel free to just do that as well. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you watching the channel, and hope you enjoy your time here. Apologize in advance if I start singing. Good song is on right now, and I've been known to just sometimes start singing along, not even realizing it. Okay, where's the color I need? There it is. So I don't think I'm going to be getting to this part on stream tonight. I'll probably save them for Wednesday. But what I plan on doing with the blades here... Come on. Come on, camera. If the camera will catch it. What I plan on doing with the blades is the little, like, kind of power stone that's in there. I'm going to do the jade color that I do on the eyes of the helmets. And then I'm going to kind of, like, arc it out from there and make it look like it's just kind of powering through the whole blade. And that's going to be my look for my power swords. I was afraid at first it would look a little too much like the Necrons, but I'm not actually so worried about that anymore. I think it's going to be a nice contrast to the rest of how I do this army, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how that looks. I was actually kind of hoping I was going to get to them tonight, but I'm moving a little bit slower on the trim for this guy, so that's probably going to be a Wednesday thing. I'll pick this up a little bit more on Wednesday, and we'll get that going, because I'm going to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight. Oh wow, I'm actually doing way more on the highlights on this guy. We're going to touch him up while I got this paint out. I always love when you do a model and then you work on another one a little later and then you realize you're detailing spots of the new one a little bit more than you've detailed the first one, so then you have to go back in and touch up the first one because you like what you were doing better. Which is what just happened. I started detailing the turquoise on that guy and really liked the highlight color better than I did for this one. So here I am, going back and touching up this one as I throw the model. That'll work. Just bring up those highlights on that cloak a little bit more. Not too fond of that one, but it's a personal model. I'm not really going to worry about it all that much. Bring these up a little bit too. Make that contrast stay out just a little bit more. Oh man. So, Tommy, any days coming up for you that could be a good hobby hangout? Mm-mm-mm-mm. Probs this weekend? Okay, cool. That should work fine for me. Saturday, I'm hitting the gun range for a little bit. But that won't be like an all day thing, so that could probably work for me. Sunday's open. I really don't have anything super planned this weekend besides hitting the gun range. One of my friends picked up a new Mossberg that should be in time, so he's really itching to get to the range and shoot it. I'm looking forward to that too. Always love some 12 gauge. Oh, that's right. Bone white's up here. So now we're on to bringing back the bone color on the armor, which is getting a little tricky because I am almost out of this paint and I keep forgetting to order more. So we're going to work with what we got, see how far I can get on it. I think I can get this guy at least. I won't have enough for the third one. But on here, we just kind of pick out some spots where that bone color needs to come back out and bring it back up with the model. I always like doing these like circle spots because I just kind of highlight the edges and leave the middle part still kind of dingy, and it really helps that look with this armor. And then if I get a little too heavy, I can just kind of wipe it off and hit it again, and just kind of come on, just kind of get that like halo effect almost on that shoulder pad. It really helps make that dingy look of the armor. I love it. And again, just like with the gold, you can see I'm kind of more stippling the brush rather than any type of like real brushwork with it. And that helps again make it look all textured or like it has some scratches and dings in it. I'm hoping I can have a squad of 5 of these guys done by the end of the week. If I work on them a little bit here and there on stream, I really feel I'll be able to do it because I'm pretty close to finishing one a night when I work on them on stream, and I'm not even focusing totally on them for the stream. I usually start with something else or start with them and then move to something else. And to really start seeing these guys coming together, it's been great. And I don't really do, like, it's kind of like an edge highlighting, but you probably notice I'm doing like, more with the side of the brush too, and getting more flat planes rather than just the edge. And that's helping with the look of how I get that armor to look like it's got some nice edges, but still not like precise, any type of like precise work with the edge highlighting or anything like that. I'm not really one to be hugely fond of edge highlighting, but getting a little bit of the look in there definitely helps bring out the details in the model. Love the look of Terminators. Oh, I know. And I absolutely love these custom bits I got from Pop Goes the Monkey, and make, instead of having those serrated swords that they come with, having these like halberds, they look so much cooler on these Terminators rather than having the serrated Khopesh blade. Absolutely love the look of that. It's probably one of my favorite custom things I've done with this army so far. Frankie Cat, come here, buddy. Come here. Hey. Nope, he's gonna run away from me if I try to get him. Let's see if we can get him real quick. Come here, buddy. Nope, he instantly ran upstairs as soon as I went to get him. It's like he knows. He knows I'm gonna put him on camera. It's gonna be tricky when I use when I have channel points, and one of the redemptions is to get Frankie on screen. Catching him is sometimes tricky. Ah, don't like that. Don't like that one. Yeah, dude, I showed a picture of this guy to Adam when he was getting his base coats and everything. And that's what Adam said about the halberds. He's like, that honestly should just become standard for the Scarab Occult. They look so much better with it. I actually absolutely really hate those serrated blades that they come with. I am not a fan. What's funny too is I was never a real big fan of the Tartaros pattern Terminators until I actually picked these up and started building them and painting them, because once, like, I don't know, they look better in person than they do on pictures. And when I didn't like them at first, the more I started working with them, it was like, okay, I'm actually really starting to like this Terminator pattern. I think the Cataphracti ones are my favorite though. I love the shoulder pads those ones have. So a lot of GW models I feel look better in person. Yeah, I totally agree. You see pictures of them and you're like, I'm kind of not a fan of that. And then you see them in person with somebody playing them, and it's like, oh, that doesn't look at all like the picture shows. That's those new Necrons, dude. I did not like those big War of the Worlds walkers that they have. And then I went over my friend's place, and he busted his painted ones out, and they look amazing. They're a fantastic model. They're really cool, and I actually really like how they look for the Necrons. It was so weird. I'm so excited to have a minimum squad of Terminators painted. I'm starting to use them more and more because I absolutely love the Cult of Time. And there's nothing better than just being like, oh hey, you killed Terminators and they're back. It's like you're playing against Necrons. Suck it. When I got 3 of them back in my last game with Adam, that was like the most satisfying thing ever. Dude, so much of the new Necrons I don't like. I like there's plenty that I don't like with them, but when I saw those walkers in person, it was like, okay, I kind of like these. These at least work. I still don't like the the tri-leg guys with the big sword arm things or whatever the heck. I'm not a big fan of those ones, but the walkers definitely were a nice change, and I feel there was something kind of Necrons needed a little more of. They did need more stuff that was less humanoid and had some differences for the army, but I feel like some of their stuff they went a little overboard with that. Gotta try to get a little more color out of this bottle. Come on. Ooh, I got some. I've literally been storing that bottle upside down to try to get as much paint out of it as I can. Which I should order that soon, because if I want to keep working on these Terminators and this army on stream, it's gonna suck if I run out of the main color for the army. The one thing with them, though, is my friend Marcus pointed out, he's like, these are Necrons. They're living metal. Why do they need pneumatic tubes? And that was a very fair point, and I can't look at the new Necron stuff in a different way anymore. Now that I hear that, it's like all I see is the tubes on them. I'm like, wait, why do they have these? They don't need those to move around. They're living metal. Alright, let's see how these two look together. Come on, camera. Grab it. Focus. Focus. Find it. There it is. Yeah. Living metal tubes. Oh my god, get out of here with that. Yep, these guys are definitely looking like they belong together. God, Terminators are so cool. Let's see. Man, it's already 10:42? When the heck did that happen? Oh, man. Thanks, dude. So happy to finally have painted Terminators. You don't even know. I mean, this is literally the only part of my 1,000 point list last time I played that was unpainted. I had 10 Terminators that were started with the bone white base coat. Ugh. If I could have gotten 10 done, it would have been my first fully painted game ever. Both sides, both armies were fully painted, would have been fully painted. It would have been amazing. But I failed. I had too much other stuff going on that I was trying to paint. But one of these days, it's coming up quick. Fully painted army. But I'm gonna have to do some like more rubric marines or something soon too, because I found having 10 Terminators in a 1,000 point list was kind of tricky to pull off. Because it just didn't give me the numbers. I offset numbers with demons, but I still have to summon those in, and I had problems with like killing my casters. I had a caster end up frying himself when he tried to summon the demons, so it was like, well, there's one down, and while I could bring back the Terminators, there just wasn't enough of a front line, so they were just getting dropped relatively quickly. So I'm thinking at 1,000 points, while I do like 10 Terminators, it does take up a big chunk of my points. So if I instead do like a minimum squad of 5 and have more rubric marines, that could maybe benefit the army a little bit more. Yeah, we're just gonna highlight the one eye. No, I'll get in there. Just a little bit right there. Pretty sure the world will end if you get a fully painted army. I got all my Legion painted and then COVID happened. Holy shit, dude. The, the state of the world hinges on whether or not you and I actually finish an army. If COVID happened to with yours, oh my god, if I actually finish an army, buckle up. I think the closest I've ever been is either my Lord of the Rings or my bolt action stuff. Bolt action, I did like once I figured out my scheme, dude, I painted up so many of those guys in one sitting. Like I did 2 full squads in one sitting. It was nuts just because of how fast I was able to do that scheme. And like I actually mimicked the British airborne armor or camouflage really well. But the fact that I was able to I did like 2 full squads. I did a uh, what is it? The 6 pounder AT gun, all in one sitting, and I was just like, how did I do this? I mean, they're just tabletop quality, but and it was a long sitting, but still. So I think I'm just gonna arc the power in this blade out from the gem at the top, not the line. But I can already tell I'm liking this idea with the blades. Oh, there's a little mistake, but that's okay. Yeah, look at that. Come in. And then if it's all kind of like arcing out from here down the blade, that's gonna look pretty darn cool. Dude, why'd you have to bring that up about like the world ending if I finish an army? Because now I'm actually worried about that. I mean, it totally seems like a logical response of what might actually happen if I paint an army. I've been playing these games since what, freshman year of high school? How many years ago is that now? 16, 17 years? Something like that? And I've never had a fully painted army, so yeah, what is gonna happen when I pull this off? You can finally rest. Oh my god, yes. So I'm thinking of something like this, just real simple. Come on, camera. Oh my god, come on, camera. Figure it out. You can do it. Just something real simple like that, and then once I get the like white highlights and the real brightness closer to the gem, just something real simple for the blades like that. Nothing too crazy, not going all over the entirety of the blade, just enough to get that look of it's got power to it. Alright, Tomo says sick. So I'm going with it. You know what? We can have little arcs. Yeah, we're gonna do a little arc down here to cover up that mistake I had. That's what we're gonna do. Remember, they're happy little accidents. See it with the highlights to be sure. Alright, yeah, I won't end the stream until the highlights are in. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna yeah, covering up that mistake. Where is it? Where is it? Come on. With a happy little arc down there. And what I'll do is along that line going up, I'll have little hits of white and everything to make it look like it's arcing in various spots. But we're gonna hit that in just a second here. See how it looks. I'm so like not used to doing power effects on stuff like this. It's actually really fun. I did beat you to it, Matt. Ooh, that might have been a little heavy. But we'll see. What do you guys think of that? Maybe a little bit more of the white following down the paths of the arc. I'll do the other side while I wait on the response. Looks good. Try it and see. See, I'm always afraid of that whole try it and see thing. Because knowing me, I'll slip with the. Actually, no, I'm doing more down the arc on this one, and it looks amazing. Yep, we're going with it. And this is actually a ghost gray color, so I could even go back in with white and hit even more of a highlight on some of these spots. Yeah, I'd say a tiny bit more down the jade arc. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It looked a little too much like just a painted line and not an actual little arc going on. And then I'll go back in with the white closer to where the highlight areas are at. This little happy little arc over here is really cool. Look at this guy. Look at that happy little arc. And then what I think I might even do is go in with like a real dark gray, kind of on the edges where the blade is by those arcs to really make them look like it's like hitting on the blade and everything. Sorry if my head's getting in the way. Oh yeah. Wipe a little bit of that off. Yeah, this side looks way better with that following the arc a little more. Yep, that was definitely the ticket. I don't want to go overboard on these, but just enough to where you get that feel of the power arcing into it. I think it's a little bit better. Let me go back in with a little bit of white, brighten it up a little bit more, and then once I get this effect done, we are going to go find somebody who is on to raid tonight. Because it's already close to my 11 o'clock. Just enough, yeah. That's how I feel with it. It's like just the right amount of to where it's not overshadowing the whole look of the blade and overdoing it. And I like these little like sparks I have in the path running up. Actually looks real good from a distance. Doing just what I want the effect to do. And yeah, I was thinking that the ghost gray was going to be so close to white you wouldn't even notice this difference here, but I'm totally seeing it. It's helping bring in all these spots up. So yeah, there we go. Yep, I'm really digging that effect. So then I'm just going to highlight the blade a little bit with a dark gray. Bring it up from the black so it's not just so flat against that effect. And we'll call that good. Yep, come on, catch it again. There it is. I might actually do a happy little arc down here just to get something else on this side. I really like how it's got a couple spots on this side. It really helps sell the effect, I feel. Also, I had that nice little accident with the white right in there, and I think that's helping it too. But yeah, so that's how these guys are gonna look. That's a really cool effect. I'm glad it worked out how I wanted it to. It does have a little bit of a Necronish vibe to it, but with the rest of the model, it works. It's a nice difference too. The nice stark black, which I don't have anywhere on these models. So to suddenly have that in their blade, I think really helps it out. But I am going to kick us over to the ending soon. Thank you everybody for hanging out on the stream, for being here, for supporting my channel as I get this thing rolling. And we are going to find somebody online to go raid. Let's see who's on. New Meta's on, but I raided him the other day. Let's go raid Atomic Walrus. I have not been over on his channel all that much, so we're going to pop in and go say hi. Thanks again, everybody, for being on the channel. I really appreciate it. Appreciate you all hanging out, jumping in on chat with me. I am back on Wednesday from 1 to 5 p.m. Eastern, and I will see you all then. Have a good night. Did the raid wrong. Got his name wrong. Hold up. That's the right one. Alright, have a good night, everybody.